In the name of the Father, in the name of the Son, and in the name of the Holy Spirit. Thank you very much.
All right, please, you can have your seats. Okay. We're going to stand. Let's just remain standing, please. Media, you ready? Let's take the national anthem. Thank you. Please, you can have your seats.
Please be seated.
Okay, so I want to welcome you to the TH 2025 Summit. And my name is Rotimi Akindele. I will be doing this alongside my boss, Kate Henshaw. Glad to have you here. We will try to want to welcome everybody. So we know we have different tribes here. We just want to try our best to welcome you in the 3 major languages. We rehearsed though.
No, I only know my language.
Oh, you know, it's a major language, Abi?
Yes.
Anyway, for the Southwesterners, Ekaro. Respond now.
From those from my place, Messier.
Okay. For the Southeasterners, or let me say Easterners, I went to school. Nde wono, ekele mono, zukon keta, chukugoziono. I try. No Igbo person here. And then for the Hausas, I'm sure that's very simple. In Akwana, Lafia, Akoba Daba.
Okay. Thank you, Rotimi. I think you're quite proficient.
Thank you.
Okay, because we know the Honorable Commissioner has to leave here very quickly. As part of our vision at Trinity House to change lives and fulfill destinies, this summit will provide practical insights, strategic networking opportunities, and mentorship to help professionals, entrepreneurs, and young leaders unlock new opportunities and build resilience in an ever-changing and dynamic world. Moving along very quickly, we'd like to invite the senior pastor of Trinity House, Pastor Ituah, to give us his welcome address. Please, a round of applause. Warmer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nakwana. Akoba Adaba. Nirintoto. Amen. Good morning, everyone, and God bless you. And thank you for coming to I think it's the first or the second economic summit that we're having in Trinity House. Our special guest of honor and keynote speaker, Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medibem, the Commissioner for Cooperative Trade and Investment for Lagos State. Our distinguished speaker, Dr. Obiodun Adedipe, the founder, CEO of BAA Consult, and all our other distinguished panelists and speakers today, and the chairman of the various breakout sessions. Let me stop there so that I don't miss out anyone and I don't break protocol. It is my pleasure and my privilege to welcome you to our economic summit today. And the economic summit is directed at, championed for, people who desire to seek and know knowledge and have facts about what is going on in the Nigerian economy. Economic summits that we've had in a church-backed atmosphere. We've been doing this for about almost 27 years. We started off in Christchurch in about 2001 or so, 2002, to have the first ever economic summit really pioneered by a church because we thought we needed to educate our people, take them out of familiar environments, take them into government and governance, and let them understand the economy and not just pray about it, faith it, believe it, it will happen. No, you need to get your hands dirty. You need to know what's going on. And knowledge is power. Information is key. And if you can understand which way the economy is going, it will help you to best direct your thinking and your approach to life and to business. So I'm happy that finally in Trinity House we're able to land the economic summit as well, and hope that this will be a truly, truly outstanding and beneficial afternoon or morning stroke afternoon for all of us. I'll never forget the economic summit we had, I think it must have been 2006 or so, where we had one of the distinguished speakers, I remember his name in it, Bismarck Rewani, who came to tell us about the economy and the way the economy was going. At that time, the stock market was booming. Everybody was buying stocks and shares. They were making money overnight. People like Mrs. Yusuf there was making money overnight, buying stocks and shares, and so on and so forth. And I saw people buying stocks and shares, and the foreign exchange was going this way, that way. And Bismarck told us that it was not sustainable, that it was a balloon and it was going to burst. And a lot of people didn't believe him. But about 3-6 months later, the roof came off, the thing burst, and people started looking at us. Bismarck said it, Bismarck said it, and so on and so forth. So you may hear something today that may change the course of your trajectory in terms of investments and in terms of the economy. So I want you to please pay attention to hear what people are saying and to go back after this to be able to preach the gospel of a great Nigerian economy. Thank you all very much, and thank you for coming. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Pastor Ituah. At this point, I'd like to invite our special guest of honor and keynote speaker, the Honorable Commissioner for Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. She's Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medebem. She has held several high-profile roles throughout her career, including Lafarge Africa PLC, where she served as the Communication, Public Affairs, and Sustainable Development Director from 2016 to 2021. She has served on the Nigerian Economic Summit Group Executive Committee and contributed to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Private Sector Advisory Group, and she was also the inaugural president of Eurocharms Nigeria, promoting trade between European and Nigerian businesses. She's recognized by the United Nations Most Influential People of African Descent, Climate Action Edition. She's passionate about empowering women and young people. Please let's make welcome our keynote speaker. Thank you. Check.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, all. I'm very delighted to be here, and I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Trinity Institute for hosting this important economic summit. It is indeed an honor to stand before you. I would also like to acknowledge Pastor Ituah Ligali, the senior pastor of Trinity House. I know she's not here, but Mrs. Honorable Okoya Thomas as well was very, very instrumental as well. So I really want to just acknowledge her. I want to say thank you for inviting me. I know the protocol has been established, but nevertheless, I would like to acknowledge Auntie Agnes Oje-Homon, my dear auntie. Good morning, ma. The founder, BAA Consult, Dr. Biodun Adedipe, the MD CEO of Quest Advisory Service. Please permit me to stand on the highly established protocol. My fellow distinguished guests, leaders, change makers, and all gathered here today, I'm truly honored to be part of this remarkable occasion. But I think I will actually ask Pastor for his permission to actually also say Happy International Women's Day. That's an important day for us. And I think it's really amiss of me as a woman to stand here in a divine place of worship and not acknowledge us women. And I really would like to just say a few words before I go straight into the keynote speech. Simply because, International Women's Day is a day that we not only recognize, but we also celebrate the invaluable contributions of women across the world. And, the theme this year, I'm sure we all know, it's about accelerating action. And in that regard, it's an opportunity really for us, regardless of gender, creed, to really acknowledge women and ensure that we're actually all aiming for an inclusive world. The theme this year calls on us to accelerate action, calls on us to act decisively, because equality, economic empowerment, and equity, and I say that word deliberately, equity cannot wait and will not wait. We must confront the harsh realities that remain. And yes, women do face a number of barriers, nevertheless. So I really just wanted to say a few words on that first. In the current Lagos State Executive Council, I'm very happy to also say that we have 10 women commissioners and special advisors in the cabinet of 44 members. So that actually represents 23% of the council. And this is a significant improvement, the highest, in fact, in Nigeria, underscoring the fact that in this administration, it is an inclusive administration. The topic today that I've been asked to speak about is about building resilience and unlocking opportunities. And I'm really happy that Pastor Ituah Ligali actually alluded to that in his opening. Specifically also the fact that as we need and understand the need to navigate the challenges of our time, these global economic shifts are not all predictable. The climate change impacts, the supply chain disruptions, building resilience, and unlocking economic opportunities have never been more essential. Our approach to resilience centers on strategic policies, investments in key sectors, and fostering innovation. When we're talking about building resilience, it's not just about surviving, it's also about thriving during adversity. We must implement business-friendly regulatory and policy reforms. A stable and transparent regulatory environment, nevertheless, therefore, is vital for encouraging both local and foreign investments. Infrastructure development is another critical factor in measuring economic resilience. Robust infrastructure for transportation, energy systems, and healthcare enables smoother business operations and attracts investment, laying the crucial foundation for growth. When we're talking about economics, we're also talking about economic diversification, equally important, shifting from mono-economic practices and fostering growth in technology, manufacturing, renewable energy, agriculture, and services in order to allow us to absorb the shocks and adapt during downturns. This diversification unlocks additional investments, creates jobs, builds wealth, and fosters prosperity. We cannot be talking about economic development and not talk about human capital development. Human capital development is where we'll actually be able to imbibe training, foster innovation, and ensure that the right public-private partnerships are also set in place. When we're talking about the Lagos State experience, allow me to contextualize. The giant strides that have been made across the Lagos State under the inimitable leadership of our esteemed governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Lagos State, as we all know, is simply not just a city. It is a mega city, an ecosystem of commerce, innovation, and boundless economic activity. The powerhouse of Nigeria from a standpoint of the commercial, financial, and economic standpoint. Our gross domestic product exceeds 100 billion, which essentially accounts for over 30% of Nigeria's GDP. Our administration is committed to creating a business-friendly environment that fosters industrial growth, trade, expansion, and investment attraction. Lagos remains one of Africa's leading financial and fintech capitals, housing the headquarters of major banks and over 250 fintech startups. Our government actively supports startups through policies promoting digital transformation and technology-driven economic growth. Today is International Women's Day, so obviously my speech must include emphasis on women's economic empowerment. When we invest in women's leadership, we invest in better governance, we invest in more impactful economic development. Research from the United Nations Report 2023 indicates that it actually will take 300 years to close the gender equality gap. And when you think about the entire population around the world, women are actually 50-50. That is a long time. So a lot of efforts in terms of closing that gap are very important. And a McKinsey report actually outlines factually that when we do that, we're actually looking at raising an additional $28 trillion to the global GDP. This underscores the fact that women's empowerment is not merely a social imperative, it is a fundamental economic driver. And Lagos State recognizes this potential and is actively working to ensure that women benefit from our economic policies and initiatives. Our commitment to inclusive government is backed by policy, evidenced by the Lagos State Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Policy recently. Our Ministry of Budget and Planning now employs gender-responsive budgeting to ensure resource allocation in sectors across key areas: health, education, and housing. The Themes Plus agenda under his administration, the second administration, includes the plus sign, which is a component that focuses on social inclusion, gender equality, and youth, ensuring that no one is left behind in our governance and development efforts. We actively enforce laws against gender discrimination and support programs that uplift women and vulnerable groups. This administration, past and present, has made significant strides in improving the ease of doing business as well, by streamlining bureaucratic processes, digitizing government services, and enhancing the infrastructure. We have also reformed tax policies and regulatory frameworks to encourage businesses both local and international. It is instructive to say that Lagos State participated in the recent rating conducted under the World Bank-funded State Action on Business Enabling Reforms, SABRE, and Lagos State met all criteria under the 4 important disbursement-linked indicators: improved land administration, land-based investment, improved investment promotion, and include transparency of official fees and procedures, and also the increment of transparent fees and levies for interstate trade as well. We also have the Lekki Economic Zone, comprising the Lekki Free Zone, the Lagos Free Zone, Dangote Enterprise Zone, and Alaro City and others. These are, again, great economic hubs that actually drive a lot of investment into the state. The construction of the Lekki DC port, the largest in West Africa, has further enhanced our trading capacity, making Lagos State a pivotal hub for imports, exports, and transcontinental commerce. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Lagos State remains one of the leading financial and fintech capitals of Africa, hosting the headquarters of major banks, investment firms, and over 250 fintech startups. Through institutions such as the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council, LASRIC, Lagos Innovates continue to foster innovation, providing grants, funding, mentorship, and opportunities for tech entrepreneurs and small businesses. The implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Lagos State is leading the charge in domesticating this act and setting up the State Technical Working Group, which is a major player and beneficiary of expanded regional trade. Tourism, I'm sure we're all familiar with Dirty December last year. It's not only a business hub, but also a thriving cultural and creative powerhouse. With the rise of Nollywood, Afrobeats, fashion, and the digital arts, Lagos is gaining the confidence of international investors in entertainment and cultural tourism. Our industrial policy is another area. Strategic initiatives, agriculture, specifically in terms of mitigating economic shocks and food inflation. For ongoing investments in power, transportation, and logistics, Lagos aims to ensure that we reduce all the operational bottlenecks. I would like to close because I'm very conscious that this is a very quiet audience I'm talking to. So I think I'm going to just say a few things that talk about, well, I speak from the heart here. When we're talking about, I've given you an overview about Lagos. I've given you an overview about the strides, trailblazing strides that we've achieved in Lagos State. I've explained the outstanding opportunities for investment. I've outlined a lot of what we're doing by way of driving and mitigating economic resilience and the opportunities that continue to exist across the state. I've also explained that today is the day for International Women's Day. I've explained a lot of the boundaries. I've explained a lot of the issues that we've had as a state. But one thing that I also do want to talk about specifically, just give me a minute. Is that I want us to also understand the fact that it's important that, irrespective of the economic climate, it's important that we continue to win on all fronts. And when we're starting to talk about some economic outcomes that we want to achieve and the resilience that we also want to achieve here today, I think it's important that as women, I start to highlight some women that have actually led the charge. And some of those women that I feel when we're talking about economic power, economic opportunities and resilience on a day that is International Women's Day, I think it's amiss of me not to acknowledge some of those women that have inspired and continue to lead the charge. Women who stand up for each other and seek the change that they want to see. Women who are winning on all fronts. So I'd like to mention Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the first woman, an African, to head the World Trade Organization. I knew I'd get you, because this audience, I needed you to start to respond a little bit more. And she's actually leading a new chapter in global trade. She exemplifies what the power of women is doing in shaping the global economy. There's a particular quote that I was just looking for and I've just found. I like what she said. She said, the challenge is not just to be a woman in power, but to use that power to change the world. Ngozi's leadership is about inspiring women around the world to break boundaries in their fields. In business, a global icon we all know and a media mogul we all know as well is Oprah Winfrey. We all know her story, and she's defied every obstacle to become one of the most influential media moguls of our time. And one of the things that I also like, quotes, I always like reading autobiographies and highlighting specific quotes. One thing she said is, the biggest adventure you can take is to live the life of your dreams. So again, she proves that self-confidence, self-belief, resilience, leveraging opportunities, and having vision are the key to success. Another lady, a powerful lady who has led the charge in ensuring economic resilience and opportunities are leveraged in her climb, is Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Africa's first female president. And one thing she said is, if your dreams do not scare you, they are not big enough. And I think that's a really powerful one. I'm going to bring us back home to another one. There's many women doing great things in the economic sphere. Is Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, one of the world's most influential writers. And she said we should all be feminists and we should all raise our children to be feminists. And she sparked this conversation because, quite frankly, what she says is the power of women's voices are loud. She's shown that our voices matter and we can create and influence global narratives. I say all of us should be comfortable being uncomfortable. And what do I mean by that? Listen in. You don't have to know the answers. We're in the place of worship here today. I mean, we all know that women's inner voice, our intuition, is so powerful, don't we? And we know it's a guide. And more often than not, when we need to dig deep, we lean in. And it's really important that I say this because the World Bank states that women, when they reinvest their income, when they want to actually make impact, they make 40% impact more than men. We women, can we applaud? We said so, sir. I want to close by saying, ladies, let's adjust our crown, metaphorically speaking. And when I say adjust our crown, also adjust the crowns of others. Let's stand for each other in everything that we want to do. Let's ensure that no matter what, we all lift each other up, even when we're at our lowest. And I want to close by simply saying happy.
Thank you very kindly, Honorable Commissioner. Please, before you whisk away, I'd like to crave your indulgence for a quick photo session. Pastor Ituah, please, could you join the Honorable Commissioner? Mr. Oyedeji, please, and Dr. Adedipe. Just these four people. Please, please.
Please, a round of applause as they make their way to the stage. Thank you very much.
No. Again, a round of applause for the Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lagos State Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. Thank you so much for that inspiring keynote speech. Rotimi.
I know, are we stingy with our applause? Okay.
Maybe they need small exercise, who knows?
I don't know if we have time for exercise.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so she would have to leave us. I mean, she has other engagements. So while she's taking a leave, we will continue with the summit. And this time around, we'll be diving into the main reason why we gathered this morning. We're going to take the main speaker's presentation. And just to let you know, if you have the program around you, you would have seen the name, boldly written right there on your programs. The main speaker for today's summit is no other than a very, very special Nigerian. And I'm going to run through his profile very, very quickly. He's a professor and is the founder of and chief consultant of B. Adedipe Associates Limited, BAA Consult, with over 44 years of postgraduate work and professional experience in university teaching, investment banking, project finance, management and financial consulting, as well as leadership in business and not-for-profit organizations. He has had an illustrious career that took him through the University of Lagos, Enterprise Consulting Group, the World Bank, talking about the Africa region, International Merchant Bank PLC, and the First City Monument Bank PLC, that's the popular FCMB. He received his doctorate degree in industrial economics back in 1989, and of course, he had first class in BSc economics in 1980 from the then University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. Please put your hands together. The thing they ginger, okay. And he bagged several awards in the process, including the Sir Adam Thompson Scholarship back in the UK, and that was in 1984. He's a member of several respected professional bodies. He founded BAA Consult in February 1993 and was responsible for charting and managing the firm's strategy and activities since operations commenced in March 1994. He sits on the board of a couple of profit-seeking and non-for-profit organizations in diverse capacities as chairman, non-executive director, and independent director. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me make welcome to the stage Dr. Biodun Adedipe, and he's our main speaker. Please put your hands together. Don't stop until he's comfortably standing on the stage. Thank you very much, sir. Glad to have you join us today. You are welcome.
Thank you so very much. Let me start by expressing my appreciation to the senior pastor, Pastor Ituah Godalo, and the leadership of the church for having me stand here. I don't take the podium for granted, especially when it's also in the house of the Lord. And also today's distinguished audience for making time to be here, and those that are on the virtual platform. I have 40 minutes, and I intend to keep within that, not one extra minute beyond that. I put together a deck of slides, about 40 of them, which everyone will have opportunity of a copy of. And I put up front, it is no copyright. That means you can quote and use it as if you created it, all right? But these are my thoughts around the theme of these conversations today, building resilience and unlocking opportunities, but in context of the Nigerian economy. My common, let me say, starting point is to bring our attention to what happens in several developing countries, which some emerging economies have already outgrown, but which unfortunately applies to our own geography, that is Nigeria. And there are, in particular, 3 fundamental deficits. Anytime you hear deficit, ladies and gentlemen, it is also a pointer to opportunities. So 3 of them are common among developing economies around the world. Number 1 is food deficit. That means we don't produce enough food for our own consumption. In fact, in the days of colonialism, what the attention of our colonial masters focused us on were such exports that attended to the needs of the metropolis and not what is needed locally. Therefore, we focus more on export crops rather than food crops that are consumed locally. And of course, there's energy deficit. I'm sure many of us get worried about the fact that we see repeatedly, the collapse of the national grid. Of course, what that also speaks to is the fact of energy deficit. And it is not peculiar to Nigeria. Some few thousand kilometers away from here, you get to South Africa, the story is not any different in terms of what they experienced. In the yesteryears, maybe some decade ago, we thought South Africa, Ghana were reference geographies when it comes to energy. But today, the story is different. Again, the third one is manufacturing deficit. I was in a conversation in Paris in March 1990, and the theme of that conference was how we can restructure African countries to make Africa the base for manufacturing to supply the rest of the world. That is exactly 25 years ago. But again, the question is, 35 years ago. Now, has the story changed? Certainly it has not. So a lot of what we consume in Africa as manufactures still come from outside Africa. The fourth and fifth ones are what we are very familiar with. It's like a perennial part of our story in Nigeria. Infrastructure deficit. We also talk about housing deficit. I recall some 14 years ago, First Bank invited me to do a research on the next 11 countries that evolved from the discovery of the original BRICS. There were 4 in number original, as Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Very interesting story. Now, revealed in the econometric study by Goldman Sachs in year 2000, and they said for the first 50 years of this new, century, we will have 4 economies and their stock markets present opportunities that any wise international investor should take advantage of. They identified them as the new building blocks for the global economy. But between 2001 and 2004, and it's important to put this in context, now the stock markets of those 4 countries grew by between 423% and 640%. That's in 4 years. And so those who took that to heart and invested in those geographies made a lot of money. They created wealth significantly. And so they went to Goldman Sachs, early 2005. Can you please look into your crystal ball again and identify for us which countries can present this kind of opportunity for investment so that we can take positions as well? So now they reran the econometric model that threw out Brazil, Russia, India, and China and came up with the next 11. The next 11 included Nigeria, by the way. And it's interesting, Pastor, that we're having this conversation here in Trinity House. And why will I say that? When Goldman Sachs came up with the next 11, Nigeria's name came up, and then the then governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, that's Professor Charles Oludo, came up with an idea. And he said, so he invited 3 of us from outside Central Bank. We joined the top management in a conversation. And he floated a question. Is there a possibility that Nigeria can aspire and become number 9 out of the 11? So that when you add the 11 to the G7 and then the BRICS, 4 of them, to make now 22, can Nigeria aim to be number 20? That was how we birthed Vision 2020, ladies and gentlemen. We then said, our aim is for year 2020 to become significant as a territory for opportunities. Then the response of the World Bank then was that, why are we in so much of a hurry? Because the inference of Goldman Sachs was that year 2025. That is why I see this conversation today as very, very important. Said Nigeria should wait till year 2025 to present opportunities for the kind of things you guys are discussing here. And Soludo replied them and said, we are a country in a hurry. I can't ever forget that response by Soludo. He said, we are a country in a hurry. And so we packaged FSS 2020. I was privileged to lead the credit market team. And the idea was to create a credit market in Nigeria that will help this economy to grow its GDP to $963 billion by end of 2020, and then make us number 20 in the world. The rest is history. Now, why did I bring this together into this conversation? It is a statement that the Lord inspired in me before the end of 2024 to always tell an audience like this distinguished one that you must train your mind to see opportunities. And once your mind is trained to see opportunities, you will never surrender to or complain about problems. In which case, we know there are challenges, we know there are problems everywhere, including Nigeria, all right? But should we continue to talk about what we already know? Or rather, train our minds to look in the midst of those challenges and identify opportunities. So that's the essence of my presentation this morning. Now, the greatest risk we all face in the world today is President Donald Trump. Okay? And of course, I say that also advisedly, because I'm an analyst. So I interrogate what is happening all around the world. January 23, I looked at the entire global economy and identified 5 major disruptions that anyone in business should pay attention to. Then identified as the Russia-Ukrainian war, as we called it then. You know, it has changed, description several times. Russian invasion of Ukraine. Then it now moved to Ukraine is now flexing its muscle. Russian-Ukrainian war. It got to a point they said, look, Ukraine is not pulling the punches. We should see it as Russian war on Ukraine. And I said, look, it's not Russian war on Ukraine. Let's just agree. It is Ukrainian war. All right? You see, what that also revealed to us is that you cannot sit back here in Nigeria and imagine that what is happening elsewhere in the world doesn't affect you. So I woke up in Nigeria and they told me that the bread on my breakfast table has become more expensive, and I wondered why. And then somebody told me that, look, 24.1% of the grains we consume in the world comes out of Ukraine. So making Ukraine systemic in the supply of wheat to the entire world. And of course, bread is a derivative of wheat. So which means, in essence, that it would be stupid of me to just wake up and sleep in Nigeria and think everything is limited to my own territory here. Then everything changed, August 2023. The lesson I took away from there was that the Indian government announced a suspension to the export of non-basmati rice. Why was that? Heavy monsoon rains, the kind they never saw in 30 years in that region of the world. And so, for a country that was just ascending to become the most populated in the world, India was knocking on the door of China at that time to overtake China as the most populated country in the world. And they said, if monsoon rain destroy many rice plantations, if we are not careful, we see real famine and, of course, very massive food deficit. So let's try and prevent that from happening with so many people we have to deal with. So they put a restriction on the export of non-basmati rice, and the price of rice went up all over the world, not just in Nigeria. And of course, we now discovered that even though in the global rice market, we normally use Thailand as benchmark. Thailand as the benchmark in global rice market. But we discovered at that occasion that 40.1% of the rice all of us in the world eat is from India. So that became another lesson. So now, the question is, Trump came into office 28th of January this year. We call it Trump 2.0. What is the implication of that? So I have a slide, I call it Trumponomics. And what that means simply is, what are the risk issues in Trump in Oval Office for not only the world economy, and how will that affect you here in Nigeria? How do you build your own risk management strategy in that regard? Now, this is the way it goes. Trump said, before he came into office, I'm going to knock off $2 trillion from government budget annually. Of course, he created a department for that. The Department of Government Expenditure, DOGE, as we call it. All right? Now, that is doing its own work. Then he said, when it comes to tariffs, I'm going to single out 4 countries. Number 1, China, our traditional, trade war party, so to say. Then he said also, I'm going to single out Mexico. I will single out Canada. And of course, I will also single out Germany. He said those 4. But then, he said the rest of you, and that includes us. Okay, we are part of the world. He said between 10 and 20%, get ready for it. So it means whatever Nigeria is exporting to the US, no matter how little it is, we should expect tariff also on that as well. Now, what does this all mean in terms of putting it together? Number 1 is that he said, if I do this, the idea is to discourage imports coming into the US and therefore reduce our trade deficit, especially with China, about $300 billion, okay, estimated trade deficit with China, and of course, all these others. Of course, for Mexico and Canada, next door neighbors, he said, because you are also not doing much to discourage the export of fentanyl to the US. So for that reason, I'm going to slam tariffs on you. Of course, every day, he revises that. So that's why I said risk. Trump is a risk that the rest of the world should manage. All right? Now, what does that also mean? If he raises tariffs, that means imports into the U.S. become more expensive. That means inflation rate will tick up in the U.S. That's one side. Now, if inflation rates go up, how will the Fed react? Fed is the Federal Reserve, which is their own central bank. How will it respond to that? It means Fed will also raise interest rates. If the Fed raises interest rates, then it means also coming back home to Nigeria or any country at all that is exposed in dollar terms. Because invariably, the dollar will also strengthen on the back of that anyway, because it's trying to encourage manufacturing things within the U.S. rather than importing them into the U.S. So if all of this come together, the dollar gets stronger, okay? So that means our debt burden will become also wider in terms of scope and depth. That's on the one side. Now, the other side to it is this, and that's the one that has implications for us. Monetary policies around the world nowadays, don't forget, our central bank has gone orthodox. That means what we describe in monetary policy as the play between dependent monetary policy and independent monetary policy. Simply means, what is the position of your central bank vis-a-vis the Federal Reserve in the U.S.? So to be independent then means you are not looking at their rates to set your rate, but you are also getting wiser in the sense that you take a look at what happened to Japan some 3 years ago, 2022, when they began normalization. Normalization means in fighting the COVID crisis, most central reserve banks reduced interest rates to very low level to make credit affordable and accessible. Now, after we got over the crisis of COVID and implications for economies, central banks and reserve banks started raising interest rates. That is what we call normalization in central banking language. And they were normalizing, of course, rates started going up. For those who invested in the bond market, it was bad news for them because the relationship between interest rates and bond prices is, there's a trade-off between them. As one is going up, the other is coming down. We also saw something we took away from that, and I will drop that as a lesson for you. Now, the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank in March 2023 brought something into the risk register of companies around the world. We call it social media risk. That means every day you wake up, somebody must be in charge of your company, watching what is being said about your brand on the social media. And that should be managed. Because social media risks that crystallized made Silicon Valley Bank to fail in a matter of 48 hours. That's a story for another day. Now, you've heard about reforms in Nigeria. Between June 2023 up until date, I have a slide where I summarize the various reforms. But the one we make so much noise about, first subsidy removal, that affected every one of us. Exchange rate unification, that affected all of us, no doubt. But there are several other reforms taking place that are quite positive. And the question is, are you even looking at this as opportunities? And I'll give you a simple example. Now, the church where I pastor, by God's grace, I was ordained a pastor in August 1997. And I've pastored one of our branches now for almost 20 years. This May to be 20 years I've been pastoring the branch. Now, I tell the parents in our church that, look, if you have children in the university, let them take advantage of NEL Fund. NEL Fund is simply student loans, all right? Now, those children will have access not only to loans to pay their school fees, but also monthly stipend for the federal government of Nigeria. But those loans are also coming at 0 rate of interest. And so what does that mean? The burden of paying school fees and sustenance on the parents is taken off. The one parent now told me, he said, but is the loan, won't it become a burden on my child? I said, wait a minute. What do you mean burden on your child? Let me tell you my own experience. I was in the university in the late 1970s. I enjoyed student loans, all right? But by the time I wanted to pay it back, what I needed to pay back was an insignificant portion of my monthly salary. I said, that's the way it normally works. So if you have children in the university, don't say my pocket is deep and whatever. Encourage them to take the loans. You know why? because it's also a way of teaching those children responsibility. Praise the name of the Lord. Well, that will always come out, okay? In a way. Now, there's something I call the macroeconomic dashboard. And I'm happy to have Mr. Ogunlewe here. We've been together in Nigeria Economic Summit for decades now, no longer years. So now, each time we talk about the Nigerian economy, what differentiates between the economy that we knew from year 2000 to 2014, 2015, before things unraveled 2015 to 2023, was an economy growing, but not growing inclusively. That is, we're growing the economy, but we're not creating jobs. So now, what do all of these reforms we are looking at currently working towards? An interesting one there is the credit, what I call it the consumer credit that aims to recreate the middle class in Nigeria. That's my interpretation. But it's been redesigned from what we launched in 2007. I'm sure you were also there, sir. Because that was the first major government policy that took me to Aso Rock in 2007. When President Obasanjo launched the first consumer credit policy for Nigeria. But unfortunately, no government did anything about implementation. So what we are angling for as one of our recommendations is that this government, having brought back consumer credit, should actually implement. And they have started that process. So we want to encourage them to implement it. But this time around, it's been restructured in such a way that that credit is available to buy any household item, including mobile devices. But you can only use the loan to buy those items that are made in Nigeria. In which case, as you are buying them, you're also creating jobs locally. That's the difference, which I very much relate with. So now, what does that mean? It means the economy is being gradually restructured, not only to grow, but to create jobs. That is when it becomes inclusive. There's no doubt this economy has been growing. You see in my slide deck, a particular chart that showed the growth path of the Nigerian economy. It's been trending upwards, in spite of the two recessions we experienced in 2016 and, of course, in 2021. Equally, a very fundamental one, which I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, is the exchange value of the Naira. I've made this argument for decades, and I remember saying this very clearly to our authorities in the central bank in November 2002. I was invited to talk about which one is the most fundamental to Nigeria between exchange, interest, and inflation rate. And I said the most fundamental is exchange rate for obvious reasons. Anytime the exchange value of the Naira changes, everybody adjusts the price of what he or she is selling. And you see, for example, the woman roasting plantain by the roadside. He will increase the price of barley. And then you ask her, Mama, why did you increase the price? He say, my son. Then tell me, say, dollar don't cost. I now ask her, but you don't import plantain. Then the mama will teach you economics 101. You know what that means? She will tell you where I get money to take care of my family is from the sale of this roasted plantain. Okay? But everything I buy with the money I make, they told me the price has gone up. If I want to be able to afford them going forward, it means I must also increase my own price. We call it the ratchet effect, which means something happens in a segment of the market. But the story you take out of that is also being applied in your own segment of the market. So in which case, no market is, let me put it this way, an island on its own. So the bottom line then is, what is the exchange value of the Naira? We have said this for years. Two things drive exchange value of the currency. Let me say two important things. That is, apart from 10 other, because there are 12 factors we watch when we want to form opinion about where the exchange value of the currency is going. But the fundamental one is to do with liquidity. We call it supply. Okay? The other one is the demand side. Once there's a disconnect between those two, there will be trouble for the exchange value of a currency. That means we must do things to enhance supply, which is why we also said, if you look at the trade data of Nigeria, the latest data came out 2 days ago, And that was for the fourth quarter of 2024. There are some good news there, and let me just point this out without going into details. Number one is that in terms of our exports, the component accounted for by hydrocarbons, and that is crude oil, condensate, and associated gas, has dropped from 90.1% to 85.3%. That's already a modest improvement, all right? The other side to it is that on the import side, 39.1% of our imports used to be refined petroleum products. The data that came out 2 days ago put that at 27.1%. That's also an improvement, which means we are spending less importing refined products. So in which case, we are already in the right direction. What we need now is to quicken the pace. Of course, you've seen monetary policy rate at 27.5% end of 2024 and still currently. Central Bank increased that rate by 875 basis points in 2024. Why? Because they were looking at inflation rate very high up there. We ended inflation at 34.8% in 2024, and I will tell you something about rebasing, all right? So that you don't misinterpret the inflation figure we saw for January. It doesn't mean inflation has dropped. No, that's misinterpretation, all right? Now, when CBN looked at inflation rate going up, trending up, it also kept raising interest rates. But that's the typical orthodox approach by any central or reserve bank anywhere in the world. But what did that do for Nigeria? It made Naira assets very attractive. Treasury bills, other fixed income securities started attracting very high rate of return. The attraction of that was also seen in the FX market because that drove a lot of foreign investors and even Nigerians that had dollar, let me call it dollar wealth to invest in those assets. And so you saw our external reserves also grow significantly to $40.8 billion end of 2024. But between then and now, because two things have happened. Number one is that what we are earning from the export of crude oil has also reduced as a result of the price of crude oil coming down in recent weeks, all right? Not only that, the inflow also of fresh dollars from foreign investors has dampened. And why is that so? Because Treasury bill rate has also started coming down, and also because Central Bank has signaled that this year there is a likelihood that MPR will going downwards. That is our own outlook anyway for this year. So those are tempering the speed at which those inflows were coming in. But Central Bank had also done very well. And how do I mean? The reforms in the FX market are paying off very well. On the one hand, the introduction of FMs, as we call it, which simply means electronic foreign exchange management, system. So what does it mean? It means that there's now more transparency in the FX market and, of course, improvement in efficiency. Then they came January this year with the FX code, which deals with the effectiveness end. Effectiveness means right behavior. So if any dealer in that market is of right behavior and also operates efficiently and transparently, that means there's now proper price discovery. It also means there is very limited scope and room for errant behavior. So all of those put together have helped the Naira to gain value. And the question people ask me always at fora like this is, what is your own outlook for the exchange value of the Naira for 2025? And it is a very simple one. Now, if the reforms that the Nigerian government is doing are sustained, that's number one. In which case, we don't see any radical change in the direction of government policy. Then number two, if the reforms done by CBN is also sustained, that means FX dealers remain of right behavior, and then market transparency and efficiency are sustained. We may not see the Naira lose value any significantly. But it also speaks to one factor that drives the exchange value of a currency. We call it significant utterances of key government functionaries. That means our government functionaries must ensure that when they speak to the public, they are saying things that will promote the Nigerian interest, not say anything that can make investors become jittery. The moment they become jittery, they start to move out. Now, coming to the stock market is the same thing that drives the stock market, investor sentiment. Once investors are confident about policies and also performance of those listed stocks, they will remain in the market. But the moment they have any question about those two, they start trooping out. And of course, the interplay between money market and capital market is also an interesting one. Because whichever way it goes, traditionally, and it's important, that's where we conclude, okay? Important to note this, that before COVID, and it's a global phenomenon, not just Nigeria, stock markets behaved in an interesting way, where there was always this movement from stock market to money market anytime interest rates are going up. And then a reverse flow to the capital market anytime interest rates are going down. That was pre-COVID. The global economy and stock markets have changed since post-COVID. And so you see my slides also in the deck that I put together now as pointers. How do you identify where opportunities are? And I will start this way. We are in Lagos physically, all right? Estimated population of Lagos, over 24 million, estimated. But you know, every day we wake up, that population must eat. So that makes food an opportunity window. You don't need to be a farmer to be in the food value chain. All you do may be to supply the packaging. All you do may be to help somebody in branding. All you do may be to support somebody in letting people know about what he or she is producing. All right? But being a part of the food value chain is a very good opportunity in a highly populated location like Lagos. I was talking about the metropolis. But I'm not even ending there. It's just to give you an indication of something. One of my members of our church shared something with me in the course of this week. He just resigned from his job in banking towards the end of 2024 to start a finance company. And he said, Pastor, I discovered something. This was just 2 days ago. That one of my clients sells rubber slippers. I shared with my brother here earlier. He sells rubber slippers, bedroom slippers. But I discovered that that guy does turnover of over 300 million in 1 year. I said, what does he sell? Bedroom slippers, 700 naira for one pair. 700 naira for one pair. And the guy is doing turnover of over 300 million in 1 year. And he doesn't have a shop. He first said. He first his first name. He doesn't have a shop. He's just hanging by a petrol station. And they are driving that kind of volume. He said there's another one driving over 800 million in this same Lagos. He has no shop. Just positioned himself somewhere. 2 young men came from the southeast. And at the road that leads into the estate where the branch of the church I pastor is, they started frying akara. You know what akara is now? You know. And this boy said, we have squatters, so no accommodation. But our target is within the next 1 to 2 years, we want to have our own house in Lagos. They are no longer in that location, ladies and gentlemen. You need to see where they position, close to a very popular bus stop, where people stream when they are coming back from work. So they fry and fry and fry and fry and sell up until about 11 p.m. every day, except Sunday. Those boys told one of my assistant pastors, Chijoke, that they've made their money and that they are moving up in the business. I no longer see them at that entrance to the estate. Okay? Just giving you an idea of opportunities we normally commonize. But taking away from this particular session, where do you find business opportunities? This applies across the entire spectrum. Number one, which sectors contribute the most to our GDP? Number two, which sectors grow fastest in our economy? And I have them also in this particular slide there. So make sure you get a copy. That, of course, will be easy if you are registered. Okay? But what I identified there, number one, agriculture. Agriculture is still dominant in our economy. All right? But like I told you, it's not about crop production. It's not about real farming itself. But find yourself somewhere in the food value chain. And I will give you this in the lifetime mode. You remember the rice pyramids a few years ago in Abuja? Aha. When the pyramids were put up in Abuja, what most people said about them were negative things. It's not a pyramid. There's not more rice there. In fact, what they did was to build the shape of a pyramid with wood, and then they carried the bags of it and slapped on them. I said, fine. Let me now interpret it for you. That's the way my mind works. Even if that was what they did, somebody supplied the planks of wood. Somebody got a carpentry job. Somebody hired out trailers to bring the bags of rice to that location. The same person, his trailers were hired from that location now to the rice processing plants. So different economic activities were created by that. So when you waste your time criticizing government, that is what you get. You dissipate energy. But when you interpret what government is doing in terms of what are they spending on, budget this year, 54.99 trillion naira. What are they spending on? I may not do business with government directly, but where is the money going? So I go to do business with those who do business with government. I have my reason why I don't do business with government. Okay? But I target those who do business with government. That is where the money is going. So don't talk about, I see some analysts like me that look at the budget, 54.99 trillion naira, convert to dollars, about $36.66 billion. It's so small. Nigeria should be doing about $150 billion as budget. Which one concerns me with that? Why should I worry my head about that? What I worry about is how much are they spending? Where is the money going? Then I go to position myself there. Now they turn around that redefined FCMB in 1994. I was head of strategy then for FCMB. 93, we said we were going to see an Abacha come up with a budget that turned out to be exactly as we predicted. I was then chief economist for the bank, ahead of strategy. And I said, Abacha will peg interest rate in 1994, he will peg exchange rate, and it turned out to be so. But while other bankers were complaining about the budget, what we're doing in FCMB was implementing our strategy. And by the way, my FCMB family, they are here, all right? I got a cash award for that from Otumba. Cash award for me personally, and then another cash award for the department I was head of. And the old man said, this one for the department, you must also take your own part of it and come back to tell me how much you took out of the one for the department, because I know you. Okay? So that's to tell you that, look, what we are discussing is not rocket science. Let those who want to criticize the economy that are saying, the economy is not working, let them waste their time on that. You peel your own eyes and identify where the opportunities are. Okay? Real estate is an important component of our GDP. Finance and insurance, in fact, we advise you this year, look very carefully at the insurance sector. Insurance is going to do well this year. So if you want to invest in the stock market, look for some insurance stocks, invest in them. You will get a lot of that from my brother. That's his own terrain. All right? So I won't go much into that. All right? Now, also, within that milieu, you see a reference I made to ICT. ICT, let me tell you, the young ones here, the youth, if you want to be relevant in terms of jobs, you want to ensure that you get to learn some ICT skills that are now redefining the world of work. Go get the World Economic Forum report on jobs for the 21st century. So that will redefine how you look at your jobs. And don't also think you are not of high value. And I'll give you 2 examples and then I'll drop the microphone. Okay? One example. September last year, end of the session at University of Lagos here in Akoka. 10 IT students who just finished writing their final year exam. And they were dropping the pen. Result not out to, scripts not yet marked. They were employed by 2 different banks in UK. The evening of the day they dropped the pen, final paper, they were taken out of Nigeria to UK. IT students in Unilag. And then I went to consult for a company, a Ghanaian company, that was established 101 years ago, sometime in October 2021. And they said their group head of IT just resigned. So to replace the group head of IT, they put out a requirement that went this way. We want either an Indian or a Nigerian. That company was 97 years old then. And I was curious, why an Indian or Nigerian? They said when it comes to IT competence, Nigeria is second in their own reckoning globally. So if that is the perception of outsiders about us, what are you doing with that? Get into the digital economy, estimated at $18.3 billion next year. Get to be a part of that. It's a huge sector. And of course, the ones growing very fast, electricity and air conditioning. As a youth, if you want to position yourself very well, climate change, extreme weather, air conditioning, is also showing our economy, by the way. That sector is among the 7 top fastest growing sectors in our economy. So what are you doing in that regard? How about, green energy, solar energy, alternative energy? Which segment of that do you want to be a part of? That has become a part of human life. Of course, we have the traditional ones, ICT, trade, construction, growing very fast. So, Pastor, let me conclude this way. If you are risk averse in turbulent times, you are likely to grow below your potential. If you have a vision, and that vision will not make you look up to God for help, you should go back to God and ask Him to redefine that vision for you. Because any vision God gives you must be bigger than you. And so I want to leave with the audience. The Nigeria of today, this economy and the opportunities, is so huge with potentials to grow, and every foreign investor is looking at this country. Just as the World Bank told us some 17 years ago, 17 years ago, the World Bank said 2025 will be a defining year, and that any investor internationally that has no Nigerian strategy is unlikely to be effective comparatively in year 2025. We have arrived there. So the question is, what are you doing to take advantage of that? Should we give it to foreigners or take advantage of it ourselves? Thank you so very much. God bless you all.
Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping. Thank you very much, Dr. Biodun Adedipe. In all of this, remember to position yourself strategically, whether you are selling slippers or flying akara. Positioning yourself is absolutely critical to unlocking opportunities out there. If you don't take anything away, just position yourself very well. That way you build resilience and you unlock opportunities for yourself, for your growth, and for you to make impact. We're going straight into our panel discussion. And first I'd like to call on the chairman. Okay, picture time. Picture.
Picture time. Okay.
I'd like to call on the chairman of the general panel discussion. He is Mr. Wale Oyedeji, the MD of First Bank. Please a warm round of applause as I take his profile. He was appointed the Group Managing Director of First Hold Company PLC, effective 13th of November 2024. His work experience spans over 30 years with experience in audit, corporate banking, treasury management, commercial banking, and strategic financial planning. Prior to his appointment as the GMD of First Holdco, he served as the MD CEO of Nova Commercial Bank, started his career journey with Ernst & Young as an accountant, later joined Guarantee Trust Bank in 1994, where he distinguished himself and rose through the ranks to become the MD Guarantee Trust Bank UK in 2008. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in agriculture. Yeah, please. Bachelor of Science degree in agricultural economics is very important. Dr. Wale just spoke about, Dr. Biodun spoke about that, from the Premier University of Ibadan, and a Master of Science in Financial Economics from the prestigious University of London. During his leisure time, he loves reading, playing squash, and following football. He's a gunner, he says. Please, let's make him welcome. Thank you.
I won't say anything about the gunners.
Please, quickly move on.
Mr. Bukola is watching me, so I don't get into trouble. Anyway, one of the panelists again I'll be bringing up stage, Mr. Bayo Rotimi is an experienced investment banking professional with over 30 years experience. He graduated from Unilag in 1990 with a bachelor's degree in economics, and in 1992 obtained a master's degree in banking and finance from the University of Sheffield in the UK. Joined investment banking division of Fountain Trust Merchant Bank in 94, and thereafter worked for various financial institutions such as Lead Merchant Bank and FCMB Capital Markets as well. Prior to that appointment as Chief Executive of Greenwich Merchant Bank in 2021, he was the Chairman of the Investment Committee of ARM's Discovery, Aggressive Growth, Ethical Money Markets, Fixed Income, and Eurobond funds with over 110 billion naira under management. He's presently CEO of Quest Advisory Limited. Please let's welcome Mr. Bayo Rotimi. All right, I'm moving on very, very quickly. We'll have to bring back our main speaker. He's also going to be a part of this panel. So if you have any questions from what he said earlier, you can actually note the questions down because we're bringing back Professor Biodun Adedikwe. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way off stage. Thank you. You want to take the keynote?
Okay. Our next panelist is Mrs. Lara Yeku. She's here. She's a seasoned human... the applause. It's Women's Day, please.
It's Women's Day.
You should be standing instead, but I'll leave you. Lara Yeku is a seasoned human resources professional with over 17 years of experience in HR leadership across various industries. She currently serves as the head of HR, the food division at Flour Mills of Nigeria PLC, where she provides strategic HR leadership to position the company as a leading food and agro-allied conglomerate in Africa. She began her career at Human Capital Development Consultants Limited before moving to DHL Excel Logistics, joined Accenture in 2008, where she rose to become the country HR lead for Nigeria, a role she had until 2019. She's passionate about human capital development. As a driver for national growth, she emphasizes selfless leadership models and believes in equipping individuals with skills to thrive in an evolving job market. A round of applause for her, please.
All right, our next panelist, Dr. Adora Ikwe-Messi. She's a general panel. She's part of the panel discussant, a prolific speaker, writer, and influencer in the field of human resources management. Adora is the founder of Kendo Consulting Limited, a human resources management consulting firm specializing in learning and development solutions. She holds a Doctor of Business Administration from Teesside University, master's degrees in IT, as information technology, from Cranfield University, UK, a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Reading, and a diploma in psychology from Middlesex University, also in the UK. She's an accredited global professional in human resources and a board trustee for the Society of Human Resources Management in Nigeria. Please once again welcome Dr. Adora.
Last but definitely not the least, Mr. Babatunde Akin Moses is here. Yes. Mr. Babatunde Akin Moses is the CEO and co-founder of Sycamore, an award-winning peer-to-peer lending fintech platform that connects leaders to borrowers. The company has empowered over 250,000 people and businesses across Nigeria. He has a bachelor's degree in economics from Bowen University. He's also a chartered accountant and an MBA holder from Lagos Business School and IESE Business School in Spain. He's deeply passionate about making Nigeria and Africa as a whole a much better place to thrive and prosper for all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome all our panelists as we hand over to the chairman,
Mr. Wale Oyedeji. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Trinity Institute, for this opportunity. I'd like to especially appreciate my spiritual father from my Christchurch days, Pastor Ituah Igodalo. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. What a star-studded panel we have here today, and I believe we'll do justice to some of the issues on your mind. The topics we'll be covering today, we'll be talking about the new tax bill and implications for salary earners, SMEs, and corporates, developing a high-performance workforce, and issues around financial intelligence, access to various sorts of funding, and we will do justice to this topic. But just very quickly, I mean, you know the theme is building resilience and unlocking opportunities. And indeed, our key speaker, our main speaker, has done justice to this. What you must realize is that a critical mind from a negative perspective will never see the opportunities that are available here. It's interesting that the book I'm about to start reading in depth is the book titled The Random Optimist. And it talks about prosperity being built around an optimistic perspective around what you see. And by the way, no matter what the indices read, they used to be like that in the past, and people have thrived. You understand? So you must be on the side that is looking for the opportunities that are available in the country today. My first interaction with the coastal road was today. I came through the regular route because, like a Nigerian, I refused to follow the instructions given by Mr. Ukwat, only to get to a point here and there was no path. But you know what? The government is spending a lot of money on infrastructure. The question to ask yourself, what are you doing? Are you buying real estate around this road from Lagos to Calabar? Are you involved in the value chain? What are you doing in your respective businesses? How are you accessing capital to enable you play in those spaces? And honestly, I would say, please listen attentively to what our experts will be speaking to today. And I believe that you will get a lot of insights, which you must not only get, but you must action. And I would like to, on behalf of the ladies, say, accelerate. Accelerate. So not only the ladies will accelerate action today, all of us here will accelerate the execution of the deep insights we'll be getting from this session. Thank you very much as we look forward to a robust panel discussion. So I'll start from Dr. Adora, just a minute or two to speak to something based on the topic today that will elicit the interest of the people here. Thank you.
So thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here this morning. And I'll speak to the topic, building resilience and unlocking opportunities. In 1 minute, I would say my key point around resilience is that people often think that resilience is about strength, your personal strength. Oh, this person is resilient because they're a very strong person. It is correct, but it's much more than that. Resilience has a big part to do with passion, purpose, and connections. And I'll just make the connection. To be resilient, you need to be passionate. Because when the chips are down, if you're not passionate, you're going to give up. And to be passionate, you need to be connected to purpose. Because what will keep you grounded is that you see something bigger than yourself. You see it as a mission. You see it as something that you need to do to probably fulfill your destiny. Because that's what keeps you going on. A lot of people, like some of the examples about Japa syndrome. What will keep you grounded in Nigeria is purpose. Because if you think about it logically, and if you look at all the people going and you're thinking, I need to run too. But when you know that you have a purpose, then you stick around because you know that your destiny and your calling in life is bigger than leaving Nigeria because it is actually grounded here. So the last thing I'll talk about is connection. Everything of significance you do in life will happen with other people. A big part of resilience is not doing things on your own, but connecting and collaborating with people. A lot of the help you seek will not come from yourself alone, but with the connections and relationships that you nurture. So that's my contribution on resilience. To be resilient, you need to be connected to other people, and you need to have a strong sense of purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to Mr. Bayo Rotimi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and distinguished audience. I think I would like to focus on the unlocking opportunity part of the conversation. Like Dr. Adedipe said, I do not know of another country that offers the significance or the depth of opportunities such as Nigeria does. So really and truly, what I hope this session today will do is to challenge everyone. I'm hoping that this will be a call to action. I'm hoping that you will take tangible things away from here. Let me share one simple statistic with you. The Nigerian stock market. Dr. Adedipe spoke about you participating or taking advantage of opportunities across different sectors of the economy. So you literally do not need to become a farmer to participate within the agriculture value chain, for example. You could be a passive investor in a listed agri company. So let me share something with you. Last year, in spite of all of the economic turbulence, the Nigerian capital markets delivered a return of almost 40%. How many of your businesses delivered a 40% return last year? Let's go back to 2020. 2020 to date. In between, we had COVID. In between, we had an economic recession. Aggregate returns over those last almost 5 years, over 200% in this same Nigeria, where there is no power, there is no governance, is upside down most times, and everything is there to complain about. So leave this room today with clarity, do your research, understand the opportunities, position yourself, and maximize the returns that are available, that unfortunately foreigners are enjoying, and we, the owners of the resources, we're complaining. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Lara Ieku.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
It's such an honor and a great pleasure to be here. It feels good to be back home, standing on all existing protocol. Thank you so much, Pastor Ituah. I met Pastor Ituah way before I got married, way back at Christ Church. And it's so good to be here. Happy International Women's Day to all amazing Amazons in the house. Thank Thank you. It's such a beautiful time here on such an important day for we women to come here, learn, and share. Looking at the topic, building resilience and unlocking opportunities. For me, I would like us to look at it from the perspective of what is that one thing, one focus area that you're going to leave this place with clarity, as you've heard, and clear action plans. What would change? Fundamentally, for me, is the mindset. The mindset that you bring in here should not be the same mindset you're living here with. Should be a mindset of an overcomer, someone who is gaining clarity, and someone who is leaving this room today, living to do something different. And after the mindset is also agreeing on what new skill will you begin to build. When Professor Adedipe spoke, he talked about job opportunities and skill. Your skill would make the difference, especially for our young ones here. It's no longer just what you study, your course of study or your certificate, but rather your skill. Your skill will become your value quotient. And you must leave this place today resolved with clarity on what value will you begin to deliver. You're going to get aware of all the opportunities, but what will enable you to move the needle is the value that you begin to bring on board. So today, I would encourage everyone to gain clarity from an area of skill and value. What value will you begin to deliver as you leave this auditorium today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Babatunde Akin, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, fellow panelists, Chairman. Happy International Women's Day to all the lovely ladies in the house. I would just reiterate something that Dr. Adedipe said, and it's something I really believe in and I think has really helped. I think a lot of times we like to let things happen to us. And the truth is, for us to make progress, we need to actually make things happen. So I would just encourage every one of us to start to think of, rather than blame external factors and the environment and the economy, we should shift back the responsibility to ourselves to be able to see things from a different perspective. And that perspective is, what can I do to change things? What can I do to actually make things happen? And I think that is a way to build resilience and unlock opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, just a short one for Dr. Adedipe. Yes, the budget is 54 trillion naira. We also read somewhere, or we know, that government just accounts for 9 or 10% of our GDP. Why should I bother about the budget?
Thank you so very much. In fact, when I came up with that statistic about 7 years ago, it was to change this perspective we all have, that once government comes out with a budget, we should all just come around it, analyze, interpret, and then plan our life around it. But in actual fact, greater value is being created between you and I. That is private sector. So for me, what we should take from this is the fact that, yes, we see the budget numbers on the one side. There are also policy statements within that have nothing to do with the numbers. So those are the things we interpret and then ask ourselves, how will this affect us? Number one, that's our business. Then how will this affect the business of our customers? But within that context, and this is how I put it together in context of the theme of today's conversation. Now, in order to deepen your own capacity, every day you wake up, there are 3 things that must happen. Number one is you are building knowledge, which of course is part of why you are here, I believe. Second is that every day you're also enhancing your skills. There are two different things. Knowledge is to do with know-how. Skills is to do with do-how. All right? The third one was also mentioned earlier, and that is your networks. So now it is your networks you connect your skills and your knowledge with that will unlock opportunities for you as a person. And as other panelists have said, take your eyes away from all this criticism of the budget itself. Rather, pay attention to what opportunities will be created. They are building roads, like our moderator said, and several other projects. So where can I find a place? If I will supply sand at a building site, you're already part of the building ecosystem, and you are making money from it. So that should be the mindset we develop from this encounter today. Thank you so very much. Sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to go into the area of tax. And you will forgive me, I'll make a statement. Most Christians will pay their tithes, but they won't pay taxes. Then does it surprise us that the tax to GDP ratio in Nigeria is about 7.2%? In South Africa, it is 26%. And the average in Africa is 16%. Nigeria is so down the pecking order, and yet we will complain about government not doing what they ought to do. So I would like Mr. Akin to help speak about this new tax bill and the impact. And is it fair to increase the tax burden?
All right, thank you very much. So the tax reform that is happening, and that's a very good question. I think the first thing to actually note about the entire tax reform that is happening is the objective primarily is not to increase people's tax burden. In fact, it's going to actually reduce the tax burden on a lot of people. So for example, minimum wage earners are going to be exempt. Companies earning less than 50 million naira are going to be exempt. So there is a move towards transparency. Now let's talk about some of the main anchors of the entire reform. The reform has to do with, there are 4 areas that the tax is going to cover, right? There's going to be a Nigerian Revenue Service Bill that is going to consolidate a lot of the tax collection functions into one agency, right? So the contemplation is that FIRS, which is the Federal Inland Revenue Service, will be the one collecting all the taxes as opposed to customs, different agencies. So you want to consolidate that tax collection into one entity. And then there's a Nigerian tax bill as well, right? The Nigerian tax bill is also supposed to repeal a lot of the acts. So now you have companies income tax, personal income tax, a lot of tax laws. It's going to be consolidated into one single act. And there's also the revenue service, the joint administration bill, which is supposed to deal with, tax administration and the likes. So there's that reform. If we've been following the news, you'll see some parts about VAT. I think VAT has generated the most controversy, right? Because certain governors felt like, their income is going to be reduced, but that's really not the case. The way VAT works in Nigeria now, and I just want to highlight this because I think it's really important. There's something we call the headquarters effect. And what that means is any company that is remitting value-added tax today, it's based on where the headquarters is. So you take Lagos, for example. Lagos has a lot of the headquarters. So when MTN, for example, just a company here, wants to pay VAT, it pays it within Lagos because that's where the headquarters is. But what the reform wants to do is it wants to take it from a place of consumption. So not just where the headquarters is, because people consume credit everywhere in Nigeria, all the states. There should be attribution based on the place of consumption. And what that means is actually more revenue for everybody, right? But there was sort of a misunderstanding as to what that was supposed to mean. And of course, on the personal income side, people that are earning less than I think the estimate is 1.7, 0.8 million naira would pay much less, which is unfortunate for a lot of the big boys and big girls here, because you are likely to pay slightly more, right? But guess what? That's part of the attribute of a fair tax system. Those that earn more, a progressive tax system rather, those that earn more would pay more, and those that earn less would pay little or nothing. So that's a very, very high level overview of the tax reform.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll come back to you on this tax issue. So when you encounter the average person and ask, what's your greatest asset? You know, there's a cliche. What would people say? My people, my people, my people. Then go into a typical setting at times, and the big boss is there. And I'm not going to tell you where I had this experience so I don't get into trouble. But it was today. And the big boss says, I pay you to do what I tell you to do. I don't pay you to have opinions or have ideas. And you begin to wonder why. So I would like, we have two Amazons on this panel. I would like you to make a go at this issue of building a high performance work culture in Nigeria, looking at the mindset of the big bosses, if I use them. So we'll take you, Mrs. Lara, first on that.
Thank you. Thank you for that interesting question and also adding your perspective and experience. You're absolutely right. People are our greatest assets. And this is because for every organization to thrive, the success of that organization is attributed to the success of the people within that organization. A lot of companies come up with strategy. Your strategy only remains a strategy or a concept on a document until the people bring life to that strategy by executing the actions, the objective of your company. To ensure that you have a high-performing workforce, your people management becomes fundamental. There's a research that was recently conducted by a World Economic Forum. Our professor earlier made reference to that research. It states that 39% of employers indicated that the skills that they need their people to have continues to change. And what that means is for your workforce to remain a high-performing workforce, you have to ensure that you are upskilling, reskilling your workforce in line with the changing economic, social, and business landscape so that your people have the right capacity to help you deliver the change that your business is navigating through. In addition to that, culture also remains fundamental in ensuring that your workforce remains a high-performance, highly motivated, highly retained workforce. Then the culture, the people strategy, your talent development initiative, the talent management initiative also has to be in line with ensuring you create an environment where people can thrive. So you mentioned that someone once said, oh, I pay you to do the work but not to think. And that is where a lot of business owners miss it. You pay people to solve problems. And for them to be able to solve that problem, they have to think through with a solution mindset to be able to come up with ideas and suggestions, creativity and innovation, and different ways to solve that problem. It is in the doing that the skill emits. So if you have somebody who has been told, just do this work, don't think, then you're going to have a suboptimal workforce. So it's critical that business leaders continue to create an environment where their employees can think creatively, they can thrive, and of course they can do the work, because the success of your people definitely drives the success of that organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Adora, please, to add to that as well, I also want you to speak around my investment in training my workforce is a dent to my pocket. Why should I make that investment and this same person jackpots or goes to competition? Thank you. Sorry for putting you on the spot.
No, that's good. That's good. That's a valid one, actually. That's actually an easy one because you do hear business owners say, you know, what if I make all this investment and they leave? But the key question is, what if you don't make an investment and they stay? And they stay. So where is the return of investment? There's nothing. You invest nothing, there's no return. So it's, for a lot of business owners, they look at it as a chicken and egg situation. But the truth is that it's a clear case of you get what you invest in. So you should be very concerned. Sometimes when I speak with organizations and I see their low turnover rates, like some organizations think, oh, if I have a low turnover, that means, oh, things are good. My retention rate is high. But I just want to address one thing. As if you're a business owner, you're a leader here, I want to introduce you to, or remind you of the subject of employee engagement. Okay? And I'll give you a few statistics. In the US, in the UK, in Africa, in Nigeria, engagement levels are dropping. They are at all-time low. And I'll tell you what engagement means. So buttressing what Lara said about mindset, engagement is a positive, work-oriented mindset characterized by vigor, dedication, and absorption. To have humans is not good enough. To have engaged humans, that's what you want. Attendance is not engagement. Presenteeism, everybody came to work, does not mean that everybody is psychologically there. You think you're doing well, you made profits, you could have made 4 times more if your staff were actually engaged. So my contribution to this course is about investing. What are the drivers of engagement? If you don't invest in someone, that is one key driver. People who don't see a career path, career growth, they don't see a future, they're disengaged. The fact that they're coming to work every day and they're clocking in, they're just wasting space. So if you're a business owner, you're a leader, you're a manager, you work with people, your key metric should be engagement. Because as long as people are still doing the work and you've not, replaced them with machines or artificial intelligence, you should be concerned. What is their connection to work? Because if they're disconnected, then your company is at a loss. It's also an indicator of the future state of your company, okay? So if you look at your engagement figures, and you can measure it by doing an employee engagement survey, do it periodically, because one thing I know is that even companies that are doing well, when they see their engagement levels, they are shocked. If I tell you that in Nigeria, the average engagement level is 14%, that's only 14% of your staff are actually engaged. Would that shock you? Now, some firms are doing very well, but they create bubbles in the sense that they create an environment where the drivers of engagement are improving the ecological states of their employees. So check your engagement levels before you start thinking, my firm is actually doing well, or I have a high retention rate. Check your engagement levels to ensure that you actually have people there who are really their heart, mind, body, and soul, and not just physical body, but the mind somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So here I am. I come to Trinity every Sunday and attend midweek services. I have a brilliant idea. That idea that once I execute, I will hammer. I don't have capital. But you know what? Last Sunday, I sat next to Bayo Rotimi. Question, I didn't ask him. The next Sunday, I sat close to even Miriam Olusoya. I didn't ask any question. So, Bayo, if you can help. Great ideas, but no financing. Meanwhile, I am seated in this great assembly where God has connected me to destiny. You know how we pray? Lord, link me to my destiny helper. Destiny helper is sitting by your side. But so speak to us generally as to how we can overcome this issue of lack of financing for our dreams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In the course of my professional journey, I also became a teacher and a teacher of entrepreneurs. And what you have just asked now, when we ask entrepreneurs to list their top 3, 4, 5 challenges, they speak about their inability to access finance, and by virtue of my, the other part of my professional calling, which is investment banking, where I see people who have money and are looking for viable opportunities to invest in. So it's a bit of an irony that a lot of people supposedly have great business ideas and can't find the money. Meanwhile, there are people who are sitting on the money looking for viable outlets, investment outlets. Ladies and gentlemen, the disconnect between those two counterparties is largely the bulk of the responsibility, or call it blame, I would say, is on the part of the business owner. The first thing is be clear about what your business is all about. What problem does your business solve? What need does your business need? How does your business add value to society? If you can answer those 3 questions, if your business can answer those 3 questions, and you can articulate those answers into a simple, straightforward document, I guarantee you the money exists. There is more than enough money looking for viable investment outlets. The gap, the deficiency is that we do not have enough people who have taken the time and the trouble to understand, to study, to be proficient, and to put together a clear business plan. If you put all of those together, make no mistake. And I think Dr. Adedipe mentioned around for university students, NEL Fund. Today, there is something called Credit Corporation. Today, there are multiple development finance institutions. Development Bank of Nigeria, Bank of Industry, Bank of Agric is being restructured today. These guys will give you 5-year money at maybe 10, 11%. I work with a lot of these guys, and they struggle to get good quality, well-articulated business or funding requests. So start by improving. So I'm hoping sessions like this and many more. Again, in closing, knowledge has become fully democratized. It's not until you go to Lagos Business School before you can learn about how to build or run a business. Knowledge is available literally at your fingertips. Once you have a smartphone and access to the internet, you can become proficient in almost anything. You can fine-tune that your business idea and then go with confidence to knock on the door of those people that have deep pockets who are sitting to your left or to your right in church or wherever it is you meet them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is for Dr. Adedipe. Doctor, very nice slides. Well-spoken English. But this is our generation. We want instant money. The most active places now are the betting joints. You understand? People are going to gather as to whether Arsenal will lose today or tomorrow, and that's where the money, one of the sectors where the monies are. What's your counsel for the leaders of tomorrow who are involved in this instant hit, hammer now mentality?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question, because it addresses mindset that was mentioned earlier. And it's a bit of worry when you look at the generation of our youth now, as rightly said, who only think about immediate gratification. But they don't recognize that it is important to see the link between what you do today and what you want to become tomorrow. If you check the data of lottery winnings over the last 30 years, you find that over 90% of those that won the jackpots returned back into poverty. Not even where they were before they played the lottery, but they became worse. So now that is hardcore data. But we're now talking about how you get from here to there. And that will make me speak to the last two questions as well in context. Now, what some of us do as business owners, we can help that process. And how do I mean? When you invest in people, in fact, let me put it simply, you don't need people. What you need are the right people. All right? So if you must have the right people, you must invest in them. But when you invest in them also, don't take the what we call the return on training investment as those people serving within your own company. Rather, that when you empower them and they leave, they become your ambassadors. And my company has benefited a lot from that. People that worked before in BA Consult, we invested in that left, and now they started funneling transactions to us where they were, or speaking well for us. Up until in a bank, the MD had to challenge one of our ex-staff because he made the statement when our name came up for conversation. And he started saying, we. So the MD had to challenge, are you still working for BA or you are here? The guy came back to tell me that. Now, so that is what becomes of someone you've invested in. So don't therefore say because they will leave, you will not train them. Because when you train them also, you are helping them to go beyond this immediate gratification mindset. The other one was what Bayo mentioned. To move away from this mindset of we make easy money from lottery. Get your business idea down on paper. That is Habakkuk 2:2. Write it in big block letters so that anyone can read it on their own. Use the 9-element business canvas model. It makes it very simple. I've seen a business plan, I was involved in doing that anyway, that gave access to $1 billion. That was some 15 years ago. A project that was to be the first 6-star hotel in sub-Saharan Africa, in Abuja. But those Canadians were ready to put down $1 billion. Now as equity, not even as loan. The Nigerian promoters had $100 million. At conception, it was a $750 million project. When it matured, it was $1 billion. They had only $100 million, thinking they would borrow $650 million. But invariably, because of the power of the business plan, there were 4 investors, Canadian and American. Well, Canadians are also Americans anyway. Let me say USA. That were willing to put down the $900 million as equity now. So work hard at it, putting down your idea in writing. It's not enough to sit beside influential people in church. It's important when you have that opportunity to say to them what makes sense. That is the power of your written vision. If you go that route, you won't even need to think about lottery.
Thank you.
Or Baba Jebu, as is commonly said. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. we're running out of time, and I'm trying to avoid the eyes of Mr. Ukwat. So very quickly, this last round of questions. Mr. Ake, what can government do to encourage people to pay taxes so that it will be done with ease and they will see the benefits in paying taxes?
Wow, that's a $1 million question. I think I think all the governments in the world would like to implement the answer. But I think some of the things, in fairness, are already being done, which is part of what the new tax reforms are doing. So I think a simpler process, right? Last year, the federal inland revenue generated over 21 trillion, record-breaking. And part of why that has been possible is that a lot of the taxes we pay now, you can actually do them online compared to a few years ago, right? So a simpler process, very essential. I think even the changing of the laws to make it simpler, I always joke with lawyers. I think lawyers make drafting of laws deliberately complicated so that they can charge us for the interpretation, right? So you are reading the law and it's like New King James Version of the Bible, right? But if one of the things being done now is to write the law in plain language, let anybody pick it up and read it and understand. And obviously, the government also doing their part in two ways, right? People seeing the money actually being invested, because one of the biggest challenges to anybody paying tax all over the world is that, what's the money for? And it's even worse in Nigeria, where everybody feels like they're their own government. Where, I put my water, I put my light, so why am I paying you taxes? That's the biggest hurdle. So putting that money to work and then actually putting some sort of evidence that, that money is from taxes. So something very interesting that the government did a while back, this is not tax related, but I think it was a good initiative where when the whole Sukuk initiative started, you see some roads and then you would see a sign by the road to say this was built with Sukuk bonds, and you that invested in the Sukuk, you actually felt good that, this, my money, builds this road. So I can see the road, and I can see visual evidence that my investment did that, right? So more of those kind of initiatives. So visual representation of what the money has actually done as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's said that culture is strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So, Mrs. Lara Yeku, what's the role of workforce culture in productivity from your perspective?
Thank you for that great question. And you're right. Culture, indeed, it's a strategy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, sometimes brunch in between as well. Now, culture really is important because when people wake up every morning, and they think about the organization, how do they feel? Do they feel happy and excited, especially on Sunday evenings? Do they feel happy and excited to go to work? Or they feel, not again? This is because the culture of the organization is defined by the acceptable norms, behaviors that influences decision and people within the workplace. Employees don't want to come to an environment where it's toxic. They don't want to come to an environment where it's demeaning. They don't want to come to an environment where they are being shouted at, being yelled at. All of those behaviors affect the psychology of your employee. And when they are not in the right frame of mind, then you won't get the best out of them. A lot of business leaders sometimes want to get the best out of employees, but in so doing, tend to take on certain behaviors and actions that does not empower that employee, but rather disempower them. I remember the story of a lady who runs a business. She came to me a couple of times ago and said, I'm tired of my employees. They are always coming late. I've put a sanction in place to deduct their salary just to ensure they kept coming. But guess what? It worked for just 1 month, and subsequent months, nothing changed. What I said to her, have you had engagement with your employees to understand why they were coming late? What is the issue? And apparently, she had to have a sit-down session, like a town hall, rather than dish out policy, punishment, consequences. It was, guys, let's talk. Why? What are the causes of your coming late to the office? And she was amazed at the challenges our employees were going through that she didn't even know. For some of them, they had to trek halfway to get the nearest bus to the company. So she listened to everything and went back to think, how can I support my employees so that they're able to come early to work, they don't feel exhausted, and they can deliver work. She made a couple of arrangements, and that initiative increased attendance, not just attendance. They felt a sense of belonging and a sense of care, that this company isn't just about me showing up, but showing up whole in my best state of mind. And that singular action, with some level of investment, though, to help support the transportation, changed the trajectory and the results of that organization. So that's just to share an example of how the culture of an organization indeed drives the success of any company. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Adora, I will have to appeal on behalf of the audience. Okay. 90 seconds. Artificial intelligence, machine learning. I run a business. Do I need to hire all these people? Should I let go of them and just face AI? Your thoughts?
Okay. Okay, great question. 90 seconds. AI is not going to take your job.
I thought you would be excited about that.
AI is not going to take your job, but someone who uses AI will take your job. Okay? Yes. So, for businesses are going to benefit because you're going to be more productive. If you could do one, you're going to be able to do 100. Okay? So, but don't look at it in terms of job cuts. Look at it in terms of, I could only hire 10 people. Now I can hire 100, but there's going to only be 10 physical people. But now I have the benefit of 100 because each person is now 10 people. So the key and the focus now has to be on developing people on AI, how to use AI, because that is what is going to 10x, 20x, 100x their productivity. Yeah?
Thank you very much. Bio, please, 90 seconds. I have a business. All my profits is going to service interest on those heavy loans. How do I balance debt and equity in my business?
Thank you very much. So first and foremost, debt is good to the extent that it is well priced and it is for a duration that your business's cash flows can manage. So when you are looking for debt, look at the pricing, look at the tenor of the loan, compare it to your cash flows. Now, but ultimately, you cannot run a business using entirely other people's money. So you need to inject some equity because equity is supposed to be permanent capital, right? It also gives confidence to anybody you are dealing with that I have put my savings down. I have found a few like-minded individuals to also join me in this vision of creating this wonderful company. So equity is always available. What are the sources of equity? Usually you, the promoter, through your savings, family and friends. Then there are some people, they call them angel investors. These guys have done well. They're looking to give back to society by supporting new businesses. Then you have the venture capitalists. You are starting a brand new business in using artificial intelligence, and you need some significant capital to get you up and running. Those people are there. Private equity, you have built a business. You've run it for 5 years. This business is growing 20, 30% per annum, but you want it to grow 200%. You want to take it all over Africa and all over the world. Private equity will then give you that growth capital to accelerate the pace at which your business is growing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. It's now time to take questions from the audience, please. So if you have a question, who will help moderate that?
Any questions? Please just raise up your hand very quickly, because we have our panelists are going to be going into a room. Okay, we have one-handed. Can we have a microphone to him there? Please, one person. Who else? Please stand up very quickly if you have a question. 1, 2. Who else? 3. Please.
4.
4.
Go 4.
One more person. 5. Okay, 5. So there you go. So
okay.
Can the gentleman over there please have a microphone?
There's a mic already.
Yeah, he's first. I know it's Women's Day, but he stood up first. Thank you. Very quickly, please. No, that man standing there,
the man
he's
on white.
his feet.
Yeah. We'll take your question. Don't worry.
Very quickly, please.
All right, good morning, everyone. Our chairman, panel discussion, our discussant, our speaker, all protocol duly observed. I have just a question or two to ask. I look into the a graduate sector, like a graduate. Why is it that most companies requested for up to some years of experience before they can employ a job seeker? So I think this is one of the challenges most graduates have. Like for a graduate that has spent a lot of years in the university, in the school, you are still asking for up to 3 to 5 years, at least before those who are asking for up to 5 years, they started with 0 years. So can a driver, a certified driver, know how to drive without learning through a car? So that's just my
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Do you want to take all the questions, or you want to take the question and the answer?
Okay, I'm going to take all the questions.
All the questions.
Okay.
The man at the young man at the back, please give him a microphone. There, that's him. He's standing. Please make your questions.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity. Greetings, great speakers, and everyone. My name is Popola Impact. By profession, I'm a human resource person.
Question, please.
So my question is, how can a business navigate a very difficult financial moment as an organization and still keep the employees engaged till the business bounces back? I mean, a very difficult financial moment, meaning we are struggling to pay the staff are complaining, but yet we need the best from them. How can this be managed till the business bounces back?
Thank you. Thank you. The third person is over here. Yes. Please, can I have the microphone this way, please? The young man in glasses. Yeah, that's him. Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you. I didn't know I'm still young.
It's a compliment, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks. I appreciate the organizers of the event and the wonderful panelists. Part of my attractions to attend this summit is the theme that talk about building resilience. But I think the panel is made of mostly of bankers and finance people. In the economy, they are doing very well. I thought some people from the other side, manufacturing. Maybe I know there's a session for entrepreneurs and all that.
Question,
so
please.
That, yeah, no, just a contribution, because what I want to say is that they've not really dealt enough on how do we build resilience in a very tough economy like where we are operating on. So it can be a question to turn back to them. Yep.
Thank you, sir. Noted.
Yeah, he's over there. The fourth person is over there. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I just want to...
Please speak up.
Okay. I hope everybody can hear me now.
Yes.
All right. And this is especially to Dr. Adora, because I heard that, she's at least partially into psychology. Don't you think that in different organizations, there should be an aspect that take good care of the mental health of the staffs and the employee? Because I'm a therapist, outside church setting, and most of the time I have gotten to a point whereby most of the performance in the workplace is as a result of a lot of issues going on in their personal lives that is affecting the activity and the productivity of the business. He mentioned something the other time about the fact that sometimes you have the skill and you are seated beside someone who have the money or the power, but a wounded person emotionally will not see things properly, and you don't even have the confidence to even speak. So don't you think this should be inculcated?
All right.
Okay. The last person is over there. Last but not the least.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
I told you people to raise hands since you didn't raise them. Okay, last chance. Because it's a nice day.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to speak to the comments made by Dr. Dora. You stated that AI wouldn't take your job, but the person who knows how to do it will take your job. What happens to models now who don't have jobs because AI can actually recreate those kinds of jobs? What happens to note takers, for people who actually take notes for meetings? I mean, what happens to their job? Because truly AI has taken their jobs. And to Lara, please, you spoke about culture. Sometimes we talk about this culture, core values and all of that. We don't really practice them because, for instance, you work in a place where you say we act with respect, but you have managers who don't have respect for their reportees, and because of the fear of them being the managers, cannot speak. So how do we really address those things, even though you have some anonymous kind of speak up things, but how do you address such things? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just two more. The gentleman in front here wearing black.
Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Winner. I'm based in the United States. I was supposed to have left last week, but we postponed our trip back because of this seminar. I have a landmark project that will place Nigeria on the global map of tourism. This will also help Nigeria achieve their 1 trillion GDP target by 2030. I want to raise $25 billion for this project. I have my business plan. What should I do next?
Thank you. Last hand up. Where's the person? That lady over there at the back. The lady at the back there. No, not you, please. The lady in Ankara. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, my question is this. When our speakers were speaking about the student loan, so I really want to know whether that student loan is real or is it just a kind of audio loan, because I see a lot of people out there seeking admission without them having funds to sponsor themselves. Is it accessible to everybody, or there is a criteria they need to meet?
Thank you very much. Time is up. Mr. Chairman, please, can the various speakers.
Thank you very much. So the first question was on graduates having experience. As we were answering the question, I thought about it that if you are going to enter a plane and they told you that the pilot just graduated, but he hasn't flown any plane before, would you disembark or stay on the plane? But I'll yield the floor to Madam Lara, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So, for every job that is available, there are required level of skills, knowledge, experiences. And in addition to that, competencies as well. For entry-level jobs, a lot of companies either look out for fresh graduates and take them on board as trainees, management trainees, graduate trainees. It's important that if you're going to apply for a job, just like the analogy Mr. Chairman just said, apply a job that best suits your capabilities. So it will not be what I ordered versus what I got. If you're a young graduate with no experience, look for entry-level jobs. We have entry-level jobs, we have mid-level jobs, we have senior-level jobs. So just look for jobs that fit your required skills, competencies at the point where you are or at the phase where you are right now. Don't get bothered that you're applying for jobs, they're asking for experiences, and you don't have any. Look for a job that best suits your current level of experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The second question was around how can a business navigate turbulence and have employees
still engaged?
Yes. Okay. So Dr. Dikwe and Dr. Adora, two of you have to...
All right, thank you very much, moderator. Now, what I will recommend to this person is similar to the experience I went through in year 2020. The business dampened. I will call for a meeting of all the staff. Put the options on the, chat, what do we call it now? On the chat board. I will said, this percentage of staff to go for us to remain business, everyone to remain, but a pay cut. And of course, we have 5 options on the chart. And we all together agreed that we should take a pay cut. A pay cut of as much as 50%. Everybody happily. And that meant no single person would lose his job. And of course, when the situation stabilized, we went back to 80%, and then returned to 100%, and then later increased now in pay. So we are all still together, all right? So you need to engage. I think that is the simple thing here. Engage with your staff. Let them know the reality. It's also because you've been managing your business with integrity. But for me, everybody knows how much my pay is in the company. It's not hidden. So, and they know also I don't take a kobo outside of my entitlement. So it made it very easy to call for such a meeting, and we all agreed. And today we are all excited, earning a lot much more than what we were earning 5 years ago. I'll put it that way. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Adora, you want to take a bite at that?
Just a little, because he said most of what needs to be said, which is engage the staff. Ask them. He's not the only one who has experienced this. I've experienced this as well. Always give staff the options. Always be transparent. Some people will actually choose the option, like he said. And obviously, I've also been in situations where staff chose to leave as well. Okay? So, but the important thing is engage staff. And bear in mind that not everything requires money or financials. There are things that you can also do in that period. For example, I know during COVID, there was a lot of free training programs. Yes? You could also find online courses, help your staff improve their skill sets, carry out sessions that don't necessarily mean you have to spend money, but, speak to the staff about, let people problem solve, come up with ideas of how to keep engaged during that period, knowing that it's not a forever period, it's only for a certain time.
Dr. Dora, just also on the mental health issue.
Okay. So on the mental health issue, he raised a valid point. This environment is not the easiest environment to be in. Let's not deny it. There's a lot of external factors. There's a lot of pressure in the environment. But one thing I want to add is that a lot of organizations who can afford to do hire therapists, quite a number of organizations, I'm sure, Lara, do you have an EAP, Employee Assistance Program? That's counseling and therapy services. So it's a service that is growing in demand. However, one thing I do realize is that it is not affordable by all businesses. Some small businesses are not able to add it to the array of costs. But one thing I will tell you is that therapy is not always paid for therapy. If anyone who's a therapist will tell you, is the most effective form of therapy and the easiest form of therapy intervention is actually talk therapy. You don't always have to pay for therapy, but just having someone to speak to, a colleague, a friend, a sister, a family member, has very similar effects to paid therapy. In fact, the same effects. Only that obviously if it's a therapist, they can guide you through maybe cognitive behavioral therapy and things like that. So yes, we are aware it's a growing industry and we encourage people. But where you do not have the income, you can still look online for free resources on how to develop your managers to actually do first line level of talk therapy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Adedipe, how do you build resilience in an environment like Nigeria?
Excellent question. But I'll put it this way, that it starts from how you run the business itself. And number one rule I recommend to entrepreneurs is this: treat yourself as an employee of your business. That is where it starts from. In which case, you subject yourself to discipline that every other employee is subjected to. And then, of course, it means as well that you effectively manage the finances of the company. But that's where most entrepreneurs get it wrong. They buy what their businesses cannot afford. And how does that happen? They buy what they like, not what they need. It is not everything you like that your business needs. So once you can maintain that, then it's important, this issue of employee engagement, and recognize that every staff that works in is spending the better part of his or her life in work-related activities. And so how do you ensure 5 things? Everything is around your employees. Give them 5 things, and then I will stop here, okay? Number 1, his pay must be competitive and affordable to your company. Number 2, provide what I would describe as job security. That means don't threaten people with sack insofar as they meet their job objectives and goals. Number 3, ensure an environment of job satisfaction. That makes people wake up each day. You made reference to that. And they're excited going to work. Not that every Sunday evening they are thinking of Monday morning. Why they need to go there? Because they have a family to cater for. Number 4, ensure that whenever your employees are leaving your organization, there's something tangible they can point to. Whether things you put in their hands or the skills, the knowledge, the networks they have been able to build while working for your organization. Number 5 is the final one, respect. If you do that, employees won't want to leave you until they retire. That is how you build resilience into an organization.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's a question on raising 25 billion.
125.
125
billion dollars.
125.
Oh, it's just 25 or 125.
Rotimi, calm down.
25 billion.
I'm trying to be a winner.
Whichever
Calm
one,
down.
remove the one or keep the one.
No problem.
So we'll have Bayo do that, but I'll just tell you, there's a modular concept to things. Dangote went the big way. there are modular refineries. So you can cut your dreams and your aspirations into a modular format. But let me yield the floor to Bayo, who will arrange the financing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You've taken the words out of my mouth. But just one final thing. Doc, you raised 5 things. I will add number 6 in terms of building resilience, and I will say diversification. In this country, in this environment, given the volatility, have multiple streams. So have different streams, different subsidiaries, different businesses, invest both actively and passively. So invest actively in your core business, but passively in other businesses built and run by people who are experts in those businesses. Now,
before you start, please, I want to add number 7, Adora. Very important. You're not alone. The biggest issue in terms of resilience is people act alone. Okay? Collaborate. That's number 7. Partner with people. You are not on this earth to suffer alone, to chop alone, to do everything by yourself. Okay? Make it a point of duty before you leave here today. Network, connect with people, reach out to them, and be someone that other people can reach out to. The biggest part of resilience is actually working and collaborating with others. Your strength is not in itself on your own, but the relationships you build with other people for help. People will help you. Reach out. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So to the $25 billion gentleman.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Chairman spoke about approaching it in a phased or a modular manner. 25 billion is not a small amount of money, Doctor. The commissioner told us that Lagos State's economy is $100 billion, and you're talking about one singular project that is 25% of that. But is there space for projects of that significance in this country? Certainly. Dangote's project probably ended up at 21 billion, so we can do that. But there are critical questions that you must answer. And before you can pitch a $25 billion idea to anybody, people want to interrogate that idea. How credible is it? How will revenues be generated? You, the sponsors, how much of your own money are you risking in this project? So if you say that me, my friends, and everybody, we've put together $5 million, then at least we know that, yes, you are committed to this and you have something to lose if it doesn't quite work out. So I would say, show us what your owner's contribution is. Seek to approach it in a modular manner. 25 billion, break it into multiple tranches. Get the first tranche up and running as a proof of concept. Yeah? Spend $10 million on the first one, of which you and your friends contribute 500K to 1 million, 5 to 10% to show us you are committed. Get that 10 million concept up and running, generating cash flows. When you say you want to scale it up to 500, it's an easier conversation. Thank you.
Sorry, we really have run out of time.
We have.
So we appeal for mercy. There's one last question that hasn't been responded to, and we end on that note.
That's the AI question. There was the lady who said about the note-taking.
The student loan lady and AI. Can you just quickly take those two?
Okay. So I'll take the AI one. So with regards to note-taking being someone's job, there is no job that is note-taking. Note-taking is part of a job. Okay, I don't know any job that is note-taking. So a job is a series of, or a combination of activities. If you look at job descriptions, they're different things. So AI will only enhance your job. And just one point about AI is, if you look in the last week, there's now been vacancies for AI agents. Companies have started hiring AI agents, right? Which is not people. But if you look at the kind of work they are hiring them for, is to do things that that can be done for 24 hours continuously. But there's still going to be a team of people working with those AI agents. So if I was you and I was in such a job where I needed to note take, I would ensure that I have additional skills. AI cannot do everything, but equip yourself, develop your skill set so that you'll be relevant. Because AI is only going to take over work that humans found boring and routine anyway, right? So on that first level, that's what I would say to that person. I think
just to respond to the second part of the question from Sister Atun Karimo on culture and core values. How do we address culture when people don't live the core values of their organization? The simple response is leadership. There's a quote by John Maxwell. It starts and ends with leadership. All things rises and falls with leadership. So until we fix leadership, leading, walking the talk, living the core values of the organization, nothing can be done. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very
last
much.
question on student loan. Who's taking that? Student loan.
Is anyone taking that?
What I will simply say to that is,
she asked if it was real, or the more you look, the less you see.
Very real. Because I know quite a number of people as students that have benefited from that. Okay? It is called NEL Fund. NELFUND. You don't need to even talk to any human being. Your child will apply for it online, complete the form, submit required documentations, which is evidence of the school where he or she is. And of course, once all of those are evaluated, the school fees will be paid directly to the university. And then your child also will submit the bank account, of course with BVN. Every month, your child will receive a stipend. So it is automated from end to end. You don't need to talk to any human being to get it. And I've had so many cases of those that said they are benefiting from it. So please, let's take advantage of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a huge round of applause to all our panelists, our chairman. Please don't leave your seats. Just rise. Pastor Ituah has some plaques to present to you. Then we'll take pictures before you come down. Please, very quickly, another round of applause for our panelists, please.
Let's give the panelists a round of applause. There's a lady in Trinity House called Theodora Azinge. She works for NEL Fund. So if you want some more information on NEL Fund, come and talk to her. She's been disturbing me via text that tell them it's real, tell them it's real, tell them it's real. So, and if you walk, I will take my percentage. Thank you so much. That was awesome, awesome, awesome. Very, very, very robust. You were. Very, very robust. You know more about tax than I do. Very, very, yeah, very, very robust conversations. I wish they wouldn't stop. Yeah. So, Mr. Adu, thank you. Mr. Babatunde. Okay. Please bring the.
See.
It's okay. Well, on behalf of the Trinity Institute, Trinity House, we are happy to give you this plaque. Thank you so much for your awesome contributions today. When I grow up, I'm going to be like you. By the way, the next part of this economic summit starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow in Trinity House. So you can't come for economic summit and not come to church.
Yeah.
We are going to be informing the pastor, don't worry.
They must come to church tomorrow, 9 o'clock, because that's item 8. Pray. Thank you so much, my dear. Lara, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was really robust. I learned quite a lot about HR and things. Thank you. God bless you. How's my son and my grandchildren? Bayo, this is your house. So I don't need to give this to you, but I will fulfill all righteousness. Thank you so much, Bayo. Always fresh. That, my friend, really needs the $25 billion. So make sure you arrange it for him. With the GMG of First Bank. This GMG of First Bank, I know that's why you came. Well, this is your home. Any day, anytime. Thank you so much. You did an awesome job. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Please give Pastor Bishop. By the way, the GT account you open for me once you close it. Because of Mr. Dedikwe, awesome. Thank you so much. I've been asked to invite you to ALG, so you are going to come to ALG with us. You did an awesome job, and you were very practicable. You gave us what we needed to do. Food value chain. That one I will not take away. I will not forget that one. Because one day I almost committed suicide. And the reason why I didn't commit suicide was that so the akara resonated with me. Adora, Kedu, Odikadima, thank you so much. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to pull you in for a few more things. Thank you. Good.
Thank you, Pastor. Please, can you just stand in their middle for the pictures?
Okay, and while
Pastor.
that is ongoing, just like Pastor has mentioned, please, you must be in church tomorrow from 9 a.m. If you're interested in leading and achieving your dreams and, meeting some key figures to help achieve these dreams, Trinity House is where to be. Just to quickly put this out there, that we meet every week, twice a week, Wednesdays and Sundays. Wednesdays at 6 p.m., Sundays from 9 a.m. with a Sunday school for the celebration service. In Trinity House, there's always something for everyone. Yeah, you can express who you are and be who you are created to be, okay? We've got the Trinity Leadership School. We've got the Courage Education Foundation. We have 24-hour sprays, that's Pop 24. I've got prison ministry, heritage homes, football teams, Singles Connect, Married Fellowship, Men's Fellowship, Timeless Women, Hannah's Haven, a whole lot. Triune Center, that's the youth church, Springboard as well. So please, this is your church. Come
Please,
be a
would
part
like
of us.
our speakers and our chairman, so please, where are the people guiding them? There's a room over there. Please, priority me, over that, all of you, there's a room there, the minister's room. Just move over there. Can we have someone guide them there, please? Very quickly. Pastor Ayorinde Jeremiah. Ayorinde, he's at the back. If you want a few more minutes with any of the speakers, please see Pastor Ayorinde at the back. His hand is up. He will make sure that you see them, but you have to see him first so that he can find out exactly what you want to ask them, and then he'll take you into the room. Don't go anywhere. We have 5... Can I have Miss Omotayo Akinwumi very quickly? Omotayo Akinwumi, she is from the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, for a few minutes. Speakers are going there. If you want to see any of the speakers, Minister Ayorinde Jeremiah is at the back. See him first. Thank you. Please remember that we have other sessions that are going to be taking place in a few minutes. We have the moderators, and they'll be taking place in different sections and locations of the church. So don't go anywhere. We're yet to be over.
Okay, thank you.
5 breakout sessions happening simultaneously today that will address all of your concerns, your questions, your needs, and equip you with the right skills to thrive in today's workforce. I'd like to let you know that the Trinity Institute is the one that brought about this summit. Pastor Ituah is the chairman of the Trinity Institute. They offer coaching, mentoring, internship opportunities. They organize workshops to equip individuals with the necessary skills to thrive and, I dare say, survive in today's workforce and economy. So it's important that you become a part and a member of Trinity House so that you can take advantage of all these amazing opportunities, because in Trinity House we believe in changing lives, fulfilling destinies, and transforming nations.
All right, so let's listen to Ms. Omotayo.
Yes.
From the LSETF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Apologies. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Like I was introduced, my name is Tayo. I'm the Business Support Officer for the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. So what do we do at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, and what is the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund about? So the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund was established by the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund law in 2016, and it was established to tackle unemployment and promote entrepreneurship in Lagos State by empowering its residents with job and wealth creation opportunities. So our vision is creating employment and entrepreneurship opportunities for all Lagos residents, and our mission is to enable Lagos residents realize their aspirations by providing leverage and access to finance. So what are some of the programs that we offer at the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund? We offer access to finance and infrastructure. So this access to finance is being provided by our loan opportunities that will provide for residents of Lagos that are business owners. So we have single digits loans that will provide for business owners in Lagos State. We have them in 3 categories, which is the MES, which is the micro enterprise startup, for those that have acquired a skill and would like to have access to finance to help them start up their businesses. We also have the ME, which is the micro enterprise. That's for those that have been running their businesses for at least a year and would like access to finance. We also have the SMEs. This is for those that have registered their businesses and would like access to finance. For the MES, we offer from 50,000 to 250,000. For the ME, we offer 50,000 to 500,000. And for the SMEs, we offer 501,000 to 5 million naira. And all of these are single digits loan, and that is 9%. We offer them at 9%. So for those that fall under the MES and the ME, you pay back within a year, which is 12 months. And for those that are under the SME, you pay back within 24 months. We have our capacity building and business support opportunities, which is the unit where I'm an officer at, where we offer our advisory sessions for business owners. We don't just want to provide you with finances, we also want to provide you with opportunities through, by giving you access to capacity building opportunities. We have our advisory sessions, we have our legal advisory sessions, our HR advisory sessions. We have also our financial advisory sessions. We have our master classes and our webinars. And these are brought about to help you learn a lot that will help you, build your businesses and also help upskill your businesses. We have our Lagos Innovates, which is for those that are in the tech space. So if you know you're in the tech space and you would like access to workspace vouchers, this is where our Lagos Innovate team comes in. And if you also know that you have budding tech ideas that you would like to bring to life, our Lagos Innovate team is also there for you. Then we have, just like one of the speakers said when he was talking, he said we should have various streams of incomes. And this is why our employability unit comes in. If you know you would like to acquire a skill and you're within the ages of 18 to 35, you'd like to acquire a skill, this is where our employability comes in. We offer beauty training in the beauty sector. We have the tech sector and different opportunities that fall under our employability unit. We also have our LMIS, the Labor Market Information System, where you can go on, and find more information that has to do with labor markets in Lagos State as a whole. Then we have our grants. Our grant unit. This grant, Lagos Cares, was brought about due to the effect of the COVID-19. So if you know that you run a business and you were one of those businesses affected by COVID-19, you can, go to any, we are in all local governments in Lagos State. We are in all the 20 local governments in Lagos State and the 6 LCDs. So this is the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Their stand is at the back in case you want to interact some more with them. Okay, we're going to maximize our time very quickly. I'd like to call, of course, we remember and we know that it's International Women's Day. And so at this point, I'd like to call on Ihoma. Please give her a round of applause. Woma, Ihoma Okorofo of Timeless Women. Media, can we have the slides, please, very quickly? Immediately after that, I'll have Yemisi Adenlo will come to make sure that all the other breakout sessions know exactly where they are going. I will introduce, or she will introduce the moderators, and we go very quickly into those sessions. Can we have the slides, please, after the slide? Media, please. Very quickly, very, very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, media.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Year 2025 Economic Summit. Today, March 8th, is International Women's Day, and the Year 2025 theme
is accelerate action. This is a global call to refocus on the importance of taking swift and decisive steps to achieve gender equality, evolving strategies into actions that will positively impact women advancement in different spheres of life. It is indeed not a coincidence that the theme of this summit, building resilience and unlocking opportunities, resonates with 2025 International Women's Day theme, Accelerate Action, being a clarion call to action in the challenging times that we're dealing with all over the world. So it's time for you, everyone, to brace themselves, get going, as there certainly must be a way out of this difficult situation. It brings to mind the story of Peter at the beautiful gate, telling the crippled man, I have no money, but the gift I have for you is to encourage you to rise up and walk. The rest is in the annal of history. Today, we celebrate the women who have played different roles in different arenas, works, and spheres of life, from planning, execution and delivery of outstanding results. We also resoundly celebrate the women here present, every woman here. We applaud you for the work that you have done from the home to the marketplace and to the boardrooms, etc. You have shifted barriers, broken through ceiling, dared impossible, confronted the improbable to impact lives and society. We are truly, truly proud of you. We sincerely also do celebrate our men that are here with us. Trust me, we have enough love to go around. We appreciate you for all the support that you have given to us, allowing us to express ourselves. Thank you very much. There are women. There is still more work to be done. We need to accelerate action, leveraging strategies, resources, and opportunities availed or seized. We must find suitable ways to continue touching and transforming lives whilst intentionally taking as many women as we can on this fulfilling journey, with particular focus on our young adults trying to find their way to being who they are destined to be. We must be beacons, mentors, coaches, and encouragers as we journey on. This month is significant in our church, Trinity House, as the Women's Fellowship, the Timeless Woman, hold our yearly Rebirth Conference. The theme for 2025 Rebirth is reawakening. And to me, all themes align to a clarion call to rise up and get going, in spite of the times that we find ourselves. We use this opportunity to invite you to join us in 2 weeks, the Saturday 22nd and 23rd, Sunday 23rd, to attend our conference. We have speaking Apostle Opiara of the Women, When Women Pray, and Dr. Nkechi Haringonadi of NHN Couture, with Pastor Ituah Igodalo as chief host. Thank you once again for attending this year's Economic Summit. Thank you, and we look forward to having you in our midst as we celebrate the Rebirth Conference 2025. God bless you. Bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can I have Mrs. Yemisi Adenlewo, please, very quickly? Yes, here she is. She's going to direct all the groups that are going to we're using the teenage church, and we're using Triumph Center, we're using the children's church. Please, very quickly.
And we have 3 centers in here, so she'll talk us through.
We have 3 locations in here and then 2 outside, because we have 5 different breakout sessions. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Saz and Maz. For each breakout session, like our MCs rightly said, we are having 5 different sessions. Unlocking opportunity for growth, entrepreneurs. Can you please stand up? Unlocking opportunities for growth, entrepreneurs.
If you're interested in unlocking opportunities for growth, entrepreneurship, please rise, and then we can direct you to where
Brother
your
Taiwo,
session.
please go with him. He will lead you to the place.
So please go with the man, one of our
Unlocking
ushers.
opportunities for growth, entrepreneur. Please go with him.
So if you're interested in that breakout session, please kindly go with the gentleman.
While you're going,
my
in
left.
case any of you need to use the bathroom, the convenience is right to my right here. That door, that exit door to my right.
The moderator for unlocking opportunities for growth, is that personal career or entrepreneurs? What's the moderator?
Mr. Udema Ufot, Group CEO, SO, and you advertising.
Mr. Udeme Ufot, MFR Group CEO, SO, and you advertising, is the moderator for the session Unlocking Opportunities for Growth, Entrepreneurs. They are going there. That's them there.
So please, if you're interested in that session, kindly use the exit door on my left, and then it will take you to that room for that session.
Go with the next one.
Unlocking opportunities for growth, personal career.
Unlock. Where? Who is taking them? Please raise your hand. Unlocking opportunities for growth, personal, and career. The young man here in the blue blazer, white shirt, and blue pants. Follow him. Unlocking opportunities for growth, personal, and career. There's a young man to my left here wearing a blue blazer, a white t-shirt, and blue jeans.
Yes. So just go with him.
Go with him. He's here. The moderator for that session is Mr. Osaro Ekonwererem, Executive Director, a Hybrid Capital Solutions Limited, and Director, Hybrid Capital and Asset Management Limited.
Okay.
Unlocking opportunities for growth, corporate sector.
Who's leading there?
Sister Sharon, please go with her.
So if you're interested
Sister Sharon,
in
please come this way.
unlocking opportunities for growth, corporate sector, please show your interest and go with.
Unlocking opportunities for growth, corporate sector. Please go with her.
Please
the
go with
lady
her.
in black. The lady in black.
And
Corporate
the moderator.
sector.
Yeah.
The moderator for that breakout session is Dr. Shola Obabori, Group Executive Director, NACO PLC.
The lady in black with her hands up, she will lead you to the area for unlocking opportunities for growth, the corporate sector.
All right. Digital transformation and innovation. Adapting technological disruptions. And to lead you there is Sister Kate. Sister Kate. Is right.
It's not me.
There.
There's another kid.
Oh, sorry.
Definitely. I was a kid part. All right, so digital transformation and innovation, adapting to technological disruptions. If you're interested in that session, please go with Sister Kate. She's also a lady in black.
Sister Kate in black with a low cut. She's leading the people who are interested in fostering innovation and creativity in SME.
And it's going to be happening on my far right. The digital session will be happening on my far right.
And the moderator for that session is Mr. Aigbe Efosa Esosa.
Okay. Mr. Aigbe is our moderator for that one.
And Sister Kate is on the far right, I believe. Yes. Yes. Far right. The far right at the end of this hall. digital transformation and innovation, adapting to technological disruption, strengthening cybersecurity for business, and use and impact of AI to the rights of the whole.
Okay.
Wow, that's a huge question. Okay, but I will start by saying this. How do you show up in an industry where it's been established already? Not 30 years, not 40 years. You show up with the resilience. You show up into any industry knowing fully well what your purpose is in that industry. Now, you might start and not really know where exactly do you want your footing to be. But if you get into the industry, it is the opportunity for you to now know where you want to be. I came into this industry knowing fully well that I must be seen. I must be known. I will ring in your ears. Whatever it is that you do, TV, entertainment, radio, and fashion, it's my passion. You will watch your TV. I will be in every home. That was the determining factor when I was coming into the industry. I will be in every home. How do you do that? Because you must stay relevant. That is a department on its own that needs to be taught. But I will say this. We're in church, yeah? I have not done anything without the grace of God. I think to start into doing anything at all, you need to know where your source is. You need to tap into it. My source is Jesus. Yeah? And so because of that, I tap into that. So that way, it gives me a direction. What to do, what not to do. You guys all know, entertainment industry come with a lot of backlash, right? It comes with a lot of scandal. How do you stay away from that? I don't do it by myself. I make good decisions by the leading of HS, Holy Spirit. That's just the bottom line. That's how I start. So the 15 years, I came into the industry with people wanting quantity. DVDs, yeah, VCD, and CD, VHS, and all of that stuff. But then it transcended into people wanting quality and not just quantity. Yeah, so I recognized that, and I knew for me to grow in my industry as a creative, I have to be the best that I can be. Yeah, so whatever it is that I was doing, if it is stage play, and I haven't done, when I came in about 15 years ago, I did a stage play, or about 12 years ago. I've been doing stage plays, but then the first in Nigeria, the first major one, I knew I hadn't done stage play in a while. I went back to get a little training for it, so that way I can keep growing. You got to keep going. Innovation is very important. I wouldn't take too long, because I know we have other questions, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. She's said it again and again. Number one, she leans a lot on the Holy Spirit, and I think this is very important for a whole lot of us, that you must have a deep understanding of the place of spirituality over the physical. And as much as possible, why a whole lot of us might not truly realize it, a whole lot of things do not happen by mistake. Sometimes God, and most times, God places people in your life or puts you in a particular position for a particular reason. You now need the Holy Spirit, okay, to give you the understanding and the spirit of discerning to be able to ask questions in terms of who do you speak to and what do you speak to. So in that particular space, and let me quickly just recognize one or two very important people. I have someone that I know very well, the chairman of Purple Group and former director of EFINA. I don't know if a lot of you know the company that builds the big malls and the big building. For example, the one that has just been built on the Freedom Road. The chairman of that company is here, Mrs. Jumoke Akin. Good afternoon, madam. Please, can you stand up for recognition? She doesn't like things like that, but I have to. She's my ego in the industry. She's a former director in EFINA, one of the very, very old fintech companies in Nigeria. And we're probably going to be taking a lot of our experiences in that subsector as well. Again, thank you for joining us. Gloria, my former colleague in EcoBank, general manager at Union Bank. So if you're looking for money, big money, you know, I think you should go and meet Gloria. She's going to be there to support us. Okay, so I'm going to put Ms. Ori on the call right now in terms of how do you see collaborations and innovation specifically as it relates to the creative space? How do you specifically see collaboration and partnership play in fostering innovation and in terms of creativity? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a privilege to be here. And can I start by saying happy International Women's Day to all women seated here. It's a good day to come together and talk about this. All right, so going to the question that I've been asked, how do I see collaboration in terms of innovation and creativity? Okay, good. So I belong to the SME sector, so I'm going to be speaking to SME and not the entertainment world. Okay, so innovation, innovation simply means making things better, making what exists, the process of what exists, making it better. And so one of the challenges of innovation for SMEs in particular is, the fear of change and the financial involvement in making, that shift, making that change. And so collaboration comes so very important when you are able to partner with other people, in that space of what you are trying to create, what you are trying to innovate, right? So you need like a synergy, like partnership. Like we're here today now, we're speaking to entertainment industry, we're speaking to SMEs. It's more like a collaboration, and we're speaking to innovation. So what you cannot do by yourself, you collaborate with people who have the strength to do it with you, and the synergy of the two of you brings you into the innovative space. I hope that answers it.
Yes, okay, thank you. But I'm still going to hold you on there.
You're good.
I've been in the finance space for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
And I found myself also drifting into other subsectors like real estate, creative space. Like, for example, today, I'm a director on Ogunlewe Productions.
Okay.
And whether you like it or not, that's still a very major sector in SME.
Yeah.
Now, the creative space is massive. Okay? Innovation space is massive.
Yeah.
I realize that in Nigeria, it's a challenge for us to collaborate.
Yes, it is.
So I want to ask you, based on your experience, and I think this is very important because a whole lot of us prefer to be in our small cycles and create silos. So why are we so content with being a big fish in a small ocean rather than being a big fish,
a big player
in a big space? What are the things that we need to really, really overcome in terms of our ability to collaborate, whether it's in SME, whether it is in innovation, and these are the things that truly we must talk about, because I realize as Nigerians, it has become a major challenge for us. And that's why you do not find a whole lot of mergers and acquisitions, a lot of partnerships springing up. So I'd like you to please quickly speak on that. Thank you.
All right. The first thing that comes to mind when it comes to collaboration, sometimes for some people, it's integrity. Because in collaboration, integrity is key. I want to know who am I collaborating with. I want to know whether you represent the values that I represent. And I think that is very strong, especially. Now, we're not speaking to only church people right now. When it comes to collaboration, it's only about church people, But especially within the church, I want to know whether you represent what I stand for. I want to know whether your idea is the idea I have, because many people have sunk as a result of joining forces with the wrong people. There's also the fear of, maybe terrain, the fear of where you stand and where I stand. So with collaboration, one of the strongest things is for us to be on the same page, for us to be, have the same values, so to speak, have the same vision. Vision is key. The Bible says that can two walk together except they agree. So if we are
going the same way, if we have the same goal, then we are able to join forces together to go that lane. So for me, the strongest thing for me, I think, will be collaboration, and then some will be integrity. And then I think the fear of the unknown also affects people. And a lot of people as well, change. You know, people drag their feet on change. Change is inevitable, but a lot of people are afraid to make that shift. You are used to doing things on your own, but in the age where we are, you need to join forces with other people, collaborate and partner with other people to be able to do large things. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you very much. Please let me appreciate Pastor very much. So Shafi, this question, and I think it's very apt for you because you've said that, I mean, you've been in this space just 15 years. Even that's, but a whole lot of us as far back as 1994, 1995.
No, not 15 years. Just using your question.
Okay. But the reality is in today's market, one of the things that you've found that there is a need for design thinking and solving problem in today's market. Now, relate that to the subsector in which you work, because I was privileged to be in one or two acts in which we were caught in a particular series under the Kunle Afolayan Productions program, Anikulakpo, and I saw where just for one particular shot, it took 4 hours. Just for one particular shot, it took 4 hours. So when a whole lot of people see movies come out, sometimes they do not understand the process, the deep thinking, the creativity that it goes through. I need you to please share the process of critical thinking and solving problems with what you do and how you tend to overcome some of those challenges.
Well, to be honest, design thinking is simply understanding the needs of your customers. Understanding what they need. While you were on that set, you have to also understand in my industry. I will use my industry to give you examples. But then the thing is, I consider myself like an SME. I'm a small business, yes. Maybe not small to the scale of a D-list actor or whatever. But what Kunle Afolayan was probably trying to do in his production is to think of, if you think about it, production in my sector, there are, if you think of a Moabudu, right? How many people here know Ebony Life projects? And then you think of a Kunle Afolayan. Everybody has a niche. If you think about it, everybody has a genre that they specialize in. That's innovation. That's design thinking. If you know your platform, you know very much who you're addressing. My platform for me is, in terms of social media, is luxury. Yeah, is luxury. But that doesn't mean I will not collaborate with, for example, I just did something with Indomie. For example, in the company Indomie, I just did something with them yesterday where they were using AI. And a lot of the things that they were talking about there really was relevant to me. And where we're creating a program for Mother's Day, where coming up. And then we were there with the computers, and really what they were trying to do is to get AI to learn my voice. So I had to read so many paragraphs. In essence, I would read so many names. I read at least maybe 1,000 names. Yoruba, English, Hausa, and, different ethnicity. And what they were trying to do is to get the pitch of my voice. So that way, the program is, when it's coming out for Mother's Day, you can think, wait a minute, I would like to send my mother a happy Mother's Day, but she loves Shafi Bello. Let me use Shafi Bello's voice to give her a happy birthday. That's innovation. And that's them thinking out of the box. But you see, yes, and that's them thinking. But you see, what got me there is because I propelled myself and I put myself in a place where I'm not just an actor. I am not just an actor. I am a voice actor also. I have a very unique voice that when people listen to it, they hear it, they go, that voice sounds like... So I took advantage of it and thought, okay, if my voice sounds this way, let me take advantage of that. So in everything that we're doing, I don't know what you do here, but I need you to think outside the box of what you can use innovation and AI to do. Like they said, AI is not going to take your job, but the people who know AI will take your job. So,
okay, thank you very much. Please let me appreciate Shafi very well. This brings me back to a very important topic. I remember in one of the strategy and innovation courses that I had taken sometimes in University of Cape Town, and I was told clearly that culture eats up strategies. And anyone that understands that truly knows that that's a significant aspect of business modeling and SMEs. So, Pastor, my question is this: how can SMEs and startups cultivate a culture of innovation and creativity? Because it's extremely important that people understand the space of culture, the space of innovation, and the space of strategy. Now, how do you kind of hybrid or harmonize them in such a way that you do not have an imbalance and then still be able to ensure that the business is at its equilibrium level?
All right, so you penetrate culture through your values, through your core values.
Sorry, please, I think you need to emphasize that again. That's very apt. You penetrate culture
through your core values.
Through your core values.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the values system of the organization that you run becomes like the culture of that organization. And so teaching your core values, daily inculcating your core values in that organization through leadership by example, will create a mindset for your people, right? And your mindset helps you then to, it dictates your innovation, because by the culture that you have, it's sort of like, if I have a culture now of integrity, like I said before, there are things that my organization will not do, and there are things we will not innovate. Okay, there are areas we will not shift to. Innovation is, we want to make things better. Things that have existed, we want to make it better. I'm thinking of the people I'm speaking to right now, and so that we won't lose you, I'm thinking of, bringing this innovation down to your level. I've been having this example in my head since, like, in my home, growing up, my father liked yam. I just did not like yam, to eat yam ordinarily, okay? Now, we have a culture of, in our family, we have a culture of eating together, right? So innovation is, we want to eat, we're eating yam today. We can then decide, he likes to eat yam as boiled yam. I can then decide I'm using the yam to prepare maybe porridge, or I want to do pounded yam. Okay, so bringing that into the SME world, into your business, the values that you have will inform the mindset that you have, and your mindset will be able to help you, to decide, how do we want to satisfy our customer? In what area do we want to shift? What is already existing? Somebody created the phone, right? And we had phones before. Somebody then decided that, we could have a smartphone. Okay, so they created the smartphone. But I will not create maybe like a bomb phone, for instance, based on the fact that the values that I hold is not a destructive value. And our culture, the culture of our organization is not a destructive organization. So I will not innovate a destructive phone. I don't know whether I'm making sense there. Yeah. Does that answer it?
Yes, it does. I mean, what this basically means is, value is a reflection of the value system of the leadership of that organization.
Yes.
So once the leadership values now differs from the culture,
yes, there's a problem.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will give this, and this is to buttress. A couple of years ago, I had someone that is my mentor and my spiritual head. And for almost about 5 years, I kept on begging him to be my chairman. And he would say, no, Deji, is that enough of banking and banking wahala and finance house? And then one day he said, okay, finally, Deji, I will be your chairman. But these are my values. And he said the first thing is, Deji, we will not compromise on anything. He says, number 2, Deji, we will not pay bribes. Number 3 is that our accounting system, our results must be a true reflection of that organization. Number 4, we will not owe salaries. Under no circumstances. If you're going to pay salaries on the 27th, no matter what, there must be transparency, there must be accountability. And most importantly, there must be strong corporate governance. And when he came in, he completely changed the mindset and the culture of the organization in such a way that till today, everything that he has instilled in us has become the culture of that organization. And that person happens to be Pastor Ituah. He became the chairman of Finatrust 10 years ago. You know, and that's truly has just helped in the organization truly to just become a much more bigger, well-structured and function. And so I completely agree with you that the value of the leadership truly will now determine the culture, which now brings us to a particular question. And Shafi, this is specifically for you, okay? And we're just going to take one more questions to the discussants, and then we can now begin to have a conversation with the other members of the audience. And please begin to write your questions so that we can share. And there are quite a whole lot of people that are sitting here, like Mrs. Jumoke Akin, my auntie is there as well. I mean, we have a pharmacist that is also here who is in the healthcare SME space, Mrs. Gracie Kani. And there are a lot of people that truly can share a true life and day-to-day of running an SME. And that is the truth. So, and they can truly tell you some of the challenges and the things that they've had to deal with in overcoming those problems. So, Shafi, quickly, the next question is, how can we, in this new modern world, okay, we've heard about AI, use the tools, the digital tools, to leverage the SME space in driving growth for these businesses? Because I see a lot of people that are young here, this young generation, and I say that there is no better time to be a Nigerian entrepreneur. I say some of the things that we have today, if we have it 25 years ago, a lot of us will have been billionaires. And that is why I say this again. There is no better time to be in Nigeria if you can take advantage of what is happening. So I'm going to ask you this question quickly, Shafi. How can we use the digital tools today to drive growth, to drive development, and expand the business in the SME space? Thank you.
Okay. I honestly, without a doubt, you have to use the technology that we have now to work for you. But can I say something? I feel like we're losing the majority of the people here. I don't want you to get lost in the big English, because honestly, I really want you to get something from why we're here. And I know that a lot of you are here because you're seeking and yearning for what to do. And some of you already have something that you are doing. Obviously, you have to have something to bring you here to think, how can I make it bigger? Technology is huge. You buy your data every day. I'm going to come to your level. You buy your data every day. But the one thing that you use it for is to watch Instagram and TikTok. And that's okay. But who are you watching? What are you watching on Instagram? Are you watching the things that's really going to motivate you? I know, and I'm not speaking to the madams here who've already made it and they have a name for themselves. If you look at me, I keep looking at each and every single one of you sitting behind. You have to use what you have to get what you want. And technology is moving. You have to get up from where you are and start. Let me give you an example. Eons ago, when we were in the industry, they would play us as influencers. Say maybe you have a fashion establishment. You will say, oh, you will send me dresses and go, can you please model this and put it out for me? Right? They're using us to use technology to raise up their SMEs, right? But 3-4 years ago, things changed. And let me tell you what changed. They have, now we have filters, we have frontal, and we have technology. And I'll tell you what that is. And then we have the technology of music. What that is people go into TikTok and use your Instagram. And instead of paying someone to do it for them, she will take whatever it is she's selling, put it on, get her phone, put it in front of her, look good, play the right music, and put it out there. There is a reason why some people are still doing that. If you cannot afford to do some things, here's another level. If you've gotten a bit bigger, you pay someone like me to stand for your brand. What you're not asking are for insights. Technology has really grown and people don't know it. Companies will come back to us and say, that post that you made 3 weeks ago for us, can you send us the insight of that post? So I go in the insight of my Instagram, snap what it is. What it is you will see the people who follow me. The people who follow me, how many people, if I have 100 people, that 75% of the people who follow me, they see it. Non-followers, how many people did it reach? Do you understand how people are now using technology? So it's not, basically you're taking your Instagram, you're looking at it. Banks are using it. I just worked with FCMB. They're using it to grow their business. You know why? There are people who are following me who need to hear about FCMB. There are people who are following. So they give 5 influencers to do these things, and they come back and ask for insights. By the time you send it to them, you're reducing the amount of money, your marketing strategy. So you're reducing that price. So instead of using 5 influencers, you use 2. You know why? By the insights, you now see, wait a minute, this person brought me more money. This person. So I also wanted to quickly say something about what you said in terms of culture. Nobody's going to do business with you if you don't have integrity. Nobody is going to come at you with business if you don't have integrity. There are so many places, so many people that I have said no to, that I refuse to do business with, even influence for, because I want to know what the culture of your company is. A real estate company reached out to me and said, oh, we would like you to represent us. We give money out. We have children that we have in school. And I said, that's fine. It all sounds so great. Can you send me the list of the names and maybe a few phone numbers to the students so I can check it out? I'll give it to my management. They'll call them. If it says that's what you do, I'm on board. Well, they never called back. Integrity matters in whatever business that you're doing. SMEs, creative, whatever it is that you're doing. Integrity matters.
Thank you. Please let me clap for her. Now, coming back to some of the issues you've discussed, and Pastor Ray, and I'm going to please come back to you, Shafi. I'm hoping that you do pro bono. I'm hoping that you do pro bono. I run a real estate company, and we are hoping that. Okay, and that brings me to the issue of some of the things we just discussed. Now, Pastor Ray, which of the 3 major factors that drives growth in SME space would you say is more important? Number 1, human capital. Number 2, financing. And number 3, innovation. Which of them would you say? Okay, I face this on a day-to-day basis because I also find people coming to me, and sometimes I run an SME clinic. And these are the same set of questions. And the truth is, at the end, do you begin to rate it? And someone like maybe Mrs. Jumoke Akin would also help us with it based on our experience also in EFINA. Which one would you say are the most critical or more critical? Is it having the right set of people with the right competencies and skill sets? Or is it having an adequate form of funding? Or perhaps having an innovative and strategist system that continuously grows the organization? Thank you.
All right. What I would choose of the 3, the 3 are very important, especially the human capital. You need the right competences. You need finances. But I think innovation stands out for me. And the reason is, you can't sustain that business for long. You can't elongate the life of your business if you are stocked. If your business is boring, if you are not offering what the people want, you can be stocked. I can get competency at any point in time on my journey. But if we don't innovate, we will go obsolete.
So is that how you innovate or you die?
Yes.
Is that how you innovate or you die?
Yeah, you fizzle out.
Okay. Please continue.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
You're done. Please help me appreciate Pastor Ore very much. That clap is not enough. And maybe a lot of you might not truly understand that if you do not innovate, that business is likely to die. Okay. 25, 30 years ago, there are businesses that were in this country. Okay. I don't know how many people remember BlackBerry. How many people remember BlackBerry? How many people remember Nokia? Now, today, Kodak and a whole lot of those companies, Xerox, those businesses have died today. And yet you have companies like Samsung that started as a small outlet that have continuously innovated, continuously done more research. In fact, I heard that the amount of money that a company like Microsoft and Apple spend on designing, on innovation, on research is more than the GDP of 3 African countries. And that's the reality. So, and if you're in the SME space, go and look at it. I've not seen any business in the world that has started as a multi-billion company. Everybody starts small. Whether it is Google, whether it is Microsoft, whether it is name it, they start small. So the question is, how do you constantly innovate? Because there is a part of it that says, truly, if you do not innovate, you die. And this also brings us to even the true, normal, even existence of human life. 300, 400 years ago, there are animals called dinosaurs. Isn't it? But how come dinosaurs did not transform? Because they refused to innovate. 45, 50 years ago, we used to see companies and businesses like Subaru. Subaru does not exist again. So whether you like it or not, if you do not innovate, whatever it is that you're doing today, I know several years ago of a particular type of clothes that women used to wear. Those designs of clothes and shoes are no longer. Today, they wear kimono. Even the hair today is bow leg. Sorry, what do they call them? Bone straight. Okay, bone straight. And the truth is, somebody woke up and decided that they must change the design, because if you wear the same type of hair that you used to wear 4 or 5 years ago, or a particular type of Bobby Brown makeup, or a particular type of mascara and mascara, like Pastor would say, and mascaras, they truly would have changed. So if you must continuously sustain that business, innovation is key. Okay? So I think this is the time for us to have a direct feedback and questions for our discussants from the audience. And please, if you have questions, please raise up your hand and we can quickly take it. Okay? You have one. Okay. Thank you. Okay, there's another one. Please just pass it forward. Okay. The question is, what strategies do you use to stay ahead of the curve in your career? What strategies do you use to stay ahead of the curve in your career? I think you, Pastor Ray, you should please answer that question. And then another question says, what essential leadership qualities do you think is essential for a creative? Obviously, Shafi, this is for you. What do you need to do? What are those values that you need to constantly stay on top? And then the last question says, what do you look for in a strategic partnership? And how do you think it can foster successful collaboration? I'm going to ask Mrs. Akin to please help us take this. Specifically, it says, what do you look for in a strategic partnership? And how do you foster successful collaboration? So I'm going to ask you to please answer the first one.
What I would say is personal development will keep you ahead of the curve in your industry or in your career, right? Developing yourself and remaining relevant, to the focus of the organization where you belong or to your industry, remaining relevant. But that you remain relevant when you keep developing yourself, you keep upscaling yourself, then you remain relevant. We heard her story. She didn't enter the industry like this, but she has not remained the way she entered the industry. She kept developing herself, and that's why today she remains relevant.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please, can you please let me pass the microphone to Mrs. Akin, Jumoke Akin, Chairman of the Purple Group and former Director, EFINA. Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon. It's a good
A golden fish does not have a hiding place.
Thank you. It's a good opportunity to correct you. I never was in EFINA. I am co-founder of Alethea Capital.
Oh, Alethea Capital.
Yes,
okay.
Which is, as some of you may know, manages the largest gender-focused fund in Africa today. Okay, so I actually made a quick note about collaboration. And thank you, Pastor. I heard what you said, about integrity and everything. But there is something about the audacity of a vision and the necessity of collaboration. Okay. And this is really important because I find many times we shortchange ourselves because we dare not dream as big, because we're constantly concerned about some of the issues that you have raised. I think we have to admit to ourselves that we kind of shortchange God when we do that. Because when he gives us a vision, it necessarily is far bigger than ourselves. So that's the first comment that I want to make. When it comes to collaboration, there are really important things. I think, and in my industry, which is real estate, I kind of speak to that a lot. I don't know of any project that we have participated in that didn't require us to seek collaborators. And so what happens at the end of the day is that if what you're looking at is the bottom line, you then may be dissatisfied. But if what you're looking at is impact, and impact is really something that can be very difficult to define. But thankfully, we now have metrics, and there are people who actually actively measure impact. If what we're looking at is impact, then you realize that collaboration ultimately leads to an impact that is beyond Naira and Kobo. And because today is International Women's Day, I want to give an example of what I just said. So we invested in a company that is a tomato farmer. So it's called Tomato Joss. And some people know about it. It's based in Kaduna. So this was a woman who had a huge farm and was also aggregating small tomato farmers. The investment we've made was so that she could start to make tomato paste. And then 4 years down the line, we went to visit, and just seeing the same women farmers from 4 years ago and today, the huge difference in them, in their capacities and their abilities. When you empower a woman, you empower the entire community. And so that's the way that I think collaboration, we have to think collaboration. Let's worry less. I'm not saying it's not important, but let's worry less. Because the God that gave you the vision will give you the capacity and the collaborators to support the process so that that vision can be fully fleshed out and fully implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Pastor, okay.
You're under arrest. Just to thank our speakers for doing such an awesome job, and to thank you for being part of the process. And I do hope that we'll all take away some significant things out of these sessions. The people have worked so hard to put it together. Let's make sure that it's valuable. There'll be collaborators here. And very soon, most of you will be multi-billionaires. Say better amen.
Amen. Okay. Please, hold on. We just quickly take a picture with Pastor Ituah while the session still continues. Okay. Thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you very much. Okay, so is there any other person that would like to ask questions? I like there's someone that would like to have the microphone. Is there anyone specifically? Okay. Come. What did you say? You like to see Shafi after? Okay, no problem. Okay, there is a question specifically for you, Shafi. How do you constantly... The person said, how do you constantly stay relevant in your craft and the SME space? How do you continuously stay relevant in... Yes.
I'm always ahead of things. I think of what are we doing now? What's going on in the industry? What can I do to change my outlook? I pick the right films that I want to be in. I work with the right people. The people that it doesn't matter if you're a big producer or not. If there are young ones coming up, sometimes I give my service for free. And that's because where that production might be going, maybe to international what do we call it, market, and I can give it for free. The biggest thing for me is I work with young people. Younger people, I'm always involved with them. Whatever set I'm on, I'm sitting with them, listening to what they're talking about, what works. I want to collaborate with them because it keeps me relevant. I do my homework. And I show up when they call me to do a job. It takes a lot of work to be an actor, and some people do it because it's a job. I do it passionately because it is a craft for me. It is what I do. It's not who I am, but it is what I do. But to stay relevant is all by the grace of God. You put in the work and just hope that God's grace will continue to lead you. Yeah.
Thank you. And in rounding up a lot of the conversations that we've had here, one of the things that a lot of us must do, especially the younger audience, is the aspect of mentorship. Mentorship. About 5 years ago, the Igbo traditional, and is one of the most successful models of trading, was actually studied in Harvard. And it actually reflects why the Igbo traders are more successful than any other form of what's it called of the tribes. And because in that process, you're going through what is called, number one, entrepreneurship. You're working for someone, you're learning how the trade is done, you're learning how the business is done. Number two is the aspect of discipline. So you can imagine you yourself, irrespective of how educated you are, if you go and learn trade or learn anything under an Igbo man, you first of all start by serving the people that are ahead of you, not even the ogas. So it disciplines you. And that's why you find, for example, they're asking you, go and buy food, go and fetch water, go and bring these clothes before you get into the process of learning that business. Now, one of the things I'm going to please plead with a whole lot of us is, a lot of us want to get out of school and want to start business almost immediately. Please, let me beg you, even if it's 1 or 2 years, find yourself to work in what I call a well-structured organization. It teaches a lot of the things that has been said here. It teaches discipline. It teaches accountability. If you're able to wake up as early as 5 o'clock, okay, you live on the mainland and you come to the island and you know you have to be at your decks by 7. When you start running your own businesses, it will not be a difficulty for you. Okay? Number 2 is that if you are not disciplined with small things, you can never be disciplined with big things. So when you're working in a structured organization and they pay you salaries, the truth is that salary is not meant to eventually, okay, make you wealthy. It is to sustain you. But if you're able to live well with that small salary, you can find yourself becoming a successful businessman. The reality is this younger generation has a microwave, get it done now mentality. And that must change. Okay? So I want to say thank you very much, everyone. God bless you. Thank you so much. God bless you. If you would like to ask questions from any of the discussants and some of the people that are here, please don't hesitate to get in touch with them. Thank you very much, everyone. God bless you. Have a wonderful day. Okay? You have a lot of questions. Oh yes, so you can possibly speak to them. Yeah, you can. Okay, she's still there. Sorry. Okay, no problem. Yes. Yes. So 080 330 yes 97 317. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. God bless you all. Please, let's go forward, please. The program is not ended. Please, let's all come forward, please. Okay, please, let's leave this place and move forward. Please, let's move forward, please.
Pastor would like to make a presentation to all our facilitators. Please, our facilitators, do not leave. Pastor Ituah, Senior Pastor of Trinity House, would like to make a presentation to you. Please, we started well. Let's end well.
I think if you invite Pastor Ituah. Okay, it looks like we have a good number already. Please put your hands together as we invite Pastor Ituah Igodalo to the stage very quickly. Please put your hands together as we invite Pastor Ituah, and then we will be making a presentation very quickly to all of us.
Can we have Mrs. Kumbi Adeoti if she's here? Mrs. Kumbi Adeoti, has someone brought her in from outside? Mrs. Kumbi Adeoti, Mr. Dele Aloko.
Pastor, we want you on stage, sir. Please, if you hear your name, kindly make your way to the stage.
Mr. Dele. Mr. Dele Aloko, and then Mrs. Kumbi Adeoti. Can we have Mr. Tonye Pregafi on stage, please, very quickly, very quickly. Mr. Tonye Pregafi, Miss Bumi Lawson. Can we have Mr. Emeka Ndu on stage with Pastor Ituah? Mrs. Lola Esson.
On stage, please.
On stage, please.
Please put your hands together and just encourage them as they go
Pastor
up stage.
Mrs. Mayokun Oreofe.
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 That's
Shafi Bello, Dr. Stephen Onya, and Ambassador Afolabi Oke.
Evangelist Shafi Bello. Should we leave it that way?
Ambassador Pastor Afolabi Oker.
Minister Oker.
Oker. Please, on stage. Can we have ones with the plaques? We are waiting for two more facilitators, Pastor.
We can go ahead with the presentation for those that are standing.
If you are a facilitator, you have plaque. If you are a moderator, take picture and sit down.
Mrs. Lola Esson, thank you.
God bless you. Please, a round of applause. Please, a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dele, Etufun Dele. Baba Dele Aloko, thank you so much. Shafiu.
Encourage them, please. Thank you very much.
Shafiu Bello. Mrs. Oriofe, Pastor Mrs. Mayokun. Thank you so
much. Okay.
Mrs. Kumbi Adioti of Ileoluji. The cocoa owners. They have a lot of cocoa there. Tonye is not here.
Mr. Tonye.
Stephen. The great Stephen.
Dr. Stephen Onia. Thank you very much.
Stephen Oniya. Kinjonya.
Oniya. Oh.
Oniya.
Oniya.
Antonia.
Oh.
So we get
He has a mother.
We don't have. That's right.
Now you know what you do with your own. You have before. Bumi Lawson. Maybe she's just coming in.
Yeah, she's in.
Can we have Miss Bumi Lawson, please?
Yeah, she's coming up stage.
His Excellency Ambassador Afolabi Oke.
Ambassador Evangelist Pastor Afolabi Oker. Thank you.
Ambassador Plenipotentiary.
Yes.
Of the Ekiti Republic.
Miss Bumi Lawson, please.
Miss Bumi Lawson.
She's almost there.
Tonye Pregafi.
Mr. Tonye Pregafi. Emeka Ndu.
Emeka Ndu is in London.
Okay.
He spoke online and spoke very well. So we'll send his own to... Olu will take his own to him in London. He will take the flight tomorrow just to deliver this to Emeka and come back. Our private jet. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Bumi Lawson. Bumi, thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, who else? Mr. Pregafi? Okay. Thank God you showed up. Olu wanted to steal your plaque. He has promised to pay his tithe, so he's not my friend.
No problem.
Okay, so we'll take one more picture.
Mr. Udemeford can join for the picture.
Oh,
No, that's it. No, he doesn't have a plaque.
Okay, let him join us.
Let him just take picture.
Udeme is my boss.
He was my guy in my modeling days.
Oh,
yes.
No wonder you turned out right.
Yeah, let's have the moderators join him for the photo session.
Mr. Razak, thank you so much. Osaro of Edo State. Thank you so much. All right. Deji Pokwala, His Excellency. Thank you.
It's normal. Okay. Are we done? Thank you
Please,
very
can
much.
I have
Please, a round of applause
round
again
of applause for our moderators, all our facilitators. God bless you all so much for impacting from the knowledge, wealth of knowledge that you have. May you be replenished in Jesus' name. Please, can I have Captain Annie of Pronto Microsystems Technologies Limited. He's one of our associate sponsors for this summit. Captain Annie, very quickly. That's you. Fantastic. Just a few minutes, and I'd also like to have Minister Ayorinde, Jeremiah, and Taiwo, who will be coming to give us a summary of proceedings, and then we close. Thank you. A round of applause for Captain Annie, please. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. And happy International Women's Day once again. I am Captain Iyayani, and I'm a member of the Nigerian Armed Forces. I'm sure you must be wondering what's a military officer doing here. So let me just take you a little bit back. During the administration of the former president, President Muhammadu Buhari, he signed an Executive Order 5, which aimed to improve local content in science, engineering, and technological procurement. Taking advantage of this order, the former Chief of Defense Staff, General Abayomi Olonisaki, he thought it wise to prevent the flight of scarce financial resources to foreign companies for the purchase of communication devices for the armed forces of Nigeria. In his wisdom, he decided to establish a company here in Lagos at Mile 2 Signal Barracks, and that company is known as Pronto Microsystems Technologies Limited. Basically, what the company does is we manufacture communications equipment for the armed forces and the general republic. In basic terms, the things we manufacture is commonly known as walkie-talkies, vehicular radios, and radio repeaters. So you might ask yourself, what can these devices do for you? For example, if you own a school, a construction company, a mall, or a business that has several branches, you have a lot of workers. There's need for you to consistently talk to all these people at the same time, not one-on-one communication, but let's say one-to-many. And you need all of them to hear you at the same time and respond to you. Basically, what you need are radios or walkie-talkies. These are the things that we manufacture. And if you must ask, what is the difference between our own company's devices and all the other companies that manufacture various types of walkie-talkies? Ours is indigenous. It is local to you. That means that if you have any need for training, installation, maintenance, repairs, we do everything right here in Lagos, over at Mile 2 Signal Barracks, over at the Mile 2 Signal Barracks in Lagos here, basically. So we have a stand behind you. If you look behind, we have a stand over there. So we would like to go much more into details on how our devices can provide communication solutions to you. And if you have any questions, we'll be there to take your questions. Finally, we have our personnel. They'll be going around. They're going to share our flyers to you. Our contact is there. Our address is there. And we hope that we'll have good business working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Captain Annie Shansa. Can I say Shansa? Yes, thank you. Okay, very quickly, we'd like to hear from our gold sponsor for this summit, Mrs. Omomi Shegun. She is the owner of Lavenida Multi-Purpose Center. They are our gold sponsors for TH Economic Summit 2025. Can we have her quickly? Very quickly, very quickly.
Please encourage her. She's coming
Gold
from...
sponsor, so that next year when we go, she will answer us. Clap, clap, clap. God bless you. We are grateful.
Thank you, ma'am.
No problem. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. So basically, our event center is called Lavenida. We are in a place called Lakeview Park, opposite the Kota Shopping Complex. And when this vision started, it was basically to provide a quality space for you to host your events and not just your regular event around the VGC Aja area. If you notice, there's really nothing around that area. And so one of our core values is safety. We are not just your event center where you just come in and then you can do whatever you like. What we do basically is we are very proud of our safety values, in which case what we want is not just, okay, everybody just set up. We want you to be able to set up, and then when you go, you can see the safety values. And we had one client come in, and all he saw was the children came in, and immediately they came in. Within 2 minutes, they said, we are taking it. I'm like, what's happening? it was on the day of the event that we saw that the father was on a wheelchair and he could access the hall by himself without assistance. He can ramp up himself even to the toilet by himself without assistance. And that's one of the key things that we host. Also, Lavenida also supports a lot of programs. We've supported Courage Education Foundation in raising funds for indigent children by musical concerts. And also the very first virtual Make Music concert had in Nigeria was held at Lavenida Multipurpose Center. So should you be looking for anything around the Lekki, Aja, VGC area, where your go-to place to be. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Shegun. God bless you. We're truly, truly grateful. At this point, I'd like to call on Minister Ayorinde Jeremiah to quickly give us a summary of the proceedings along with Taiwo. Please give them a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for staying with us even up until this time. Okay. Sorry. Thank you very much for staying with us up until this time, and I'll quickly run through the summary and highlights from all the keynote speakers and the discussants. We started with the Honorable Commissioner Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medembe, and some of the keynotes and highlights from her keynote address was the fact that she highlighted some of the Lagos State economic strength, talking about it accounting for 30% of Nigeria's GDP. She also called for acceleration of action on gender equality, citing the UN's report that it could take 300 years to close that gap. She also encouraged investment in women, as women empowerment drives overall economic growth. Dr. Biodun Adedikwe also spoke about 5 key economic deficits, and they were food deficit, energy deficit, manufacturing deficit, infrastructure deficit, housing deficit. And following this, he highlighted such risks as global economic uncertainties, and he talked about Trumponomics, that's a new word that we learned today, and the Russia-Ukraine war impact. He also emphasized that consumer credit access as key to rebuilding Nigeria's middle class. He also identified some sectors that can give us opportunity, sectors for growth, agriculture, ICT, real estate, insurance, and renewable energy. For the panel discussion, we had Mr. Wale Oyedeji, who also spoke about the critical mind from a negative perspective. Dr. Adora Ikwe-Messi spoke about resilience, and she said resilience is built through passion, purpose, and connections, and not just strengths. Particularly, she mentioned that AI won't replace jobs, but those who use AI effectively will thrive. So investing in the right people is crucial for business success. Mr. Lara Yeku spoke about mindset, about skilling, and how your skills become your value quotient, and how much you should gain clarity from areas of skills and value. Mr. Bayo Rotimi spoke about the immense opportunities that Nigeria has to offer us, and he also mentioned that business owners must articulate their value proposition clearly to attract funding and investment. Mr. Babatunde Moses also spoke about progress that requires taking actions and shifting responsibility to ourselves. He also encouraged that seeing things from different perspectives would help us. And he spoke about the new tax bill and how much that will also help us to understand the SMEs and lower income space. Dr. Biodun Adedikwe spoke about how Nigeria must look beyond criticism of policies and find opportunities in economic changes. And he says every day, build knowledge, enhance skills, and build network. And on the tax reform, Mr. Akin gave us 4 key areas of the tax reform. He said it's important that we consolidate tax collection into one agency, which is the whole idea behind the tax reform. Also that the tax reform process should be simplified, and also for the change of laws for easier understanding, and evidence to show that the tax money is actually used for something that people can tie to. And in rounding up, it was said that building resilience in an organization requires competitive and affordable pay. provide job security, and ensure job satisfaction. So in conclusion, for the first session of this summit, the 2025 Trinity House Economic Summit provided actionable insight into policy reforms, business strategies, and economic opportunities. Attendees were encouraged to engage in continuous learning, innovation, and strategic investment to navigate Nigeria's evolving economy, and collaboration between government, private sector, and individuals remains key to unlocking Nigerians' full potentials. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Taiwo. So, summary of the breakout sessions. We had 5 breakout sessions. AI keeps coming up. The first one is actually on digital transformation and innovation. Confession, Taiwo and I actually used AI to summarize these notes that we are giving you just to shorten the time we will have spent ordinarily if we didn't do so. So the session on digital transformation, we were encouraged that businesses should rethink how they operate and extend value chains using technology. Adoption of AI requires a structure. Businesses must first ensure that they have data. Without data, you cannot implement AI. For individuals interested in AI, there are numerous learning resources. You can use LinkedIn Learning, Coursera, Google Clouds, and various other resources and platforms. Data is a new oil. Organizations must know how to collect, visualize, and store data to fully benefit from digital advancement. In the class for unlocking growth for corporate organizations, Mr. Emeka Undu spoke about infrastructure. No economy can thrive without strong infrastructure. I think that was also spoken about in the earlier panel discussion. Perseverance and diligence are required to build and maintain the infrastructure that we need to drive growth. Regulatory and policy reforms are needed to free up the market, reduce investment barriers, and leverage the African continental free trade area. Sustainability and innovation, we are encouraged to practice good environmental practices, which are good for business. Nowadays, businesses are encouraged to look at sustainability-focused initiatives that can drive long-term economic benefits. He also spoke about using the VUCA framework for business success. VUCA, V-U-C-A, basically velocity, adapt quickly to the fast-changing world. How fast can your company, your business adapt? Uncertainty, how do you embrace unconventional methods to drive growth? Collaboration, build strong networks and partnerships. And then ambiguity, how do you learn from experience and involve people in decision-making? The class on entrepreneurship, unlocking opportunities for growth in entrepreneurship, moderated by Mr. Udemo Ifort, and I think Mr. Toye of Red Star and Ms. Bumi Lawson were facilitators in that session. Entrepreneurship is challenging, which we are all aware of. Only 25% of startups survive, so resilience is key and necessary. A strong network and connections are critical for business success. I think we've spoken earlier about that also. That is important to network, to build connections. Entrepreneurs must be mindful of investor control, avoid giving away too much ownership in exchange for funding. We also spoke about the fact that attracting investors requires confidence and having a clear value proposition. Structured business plans are essential for attracting funding and for long-term growth and sustainability. The session on fostering innovation and creativity from Ms. Shafifi Bello and Pastor Mayokun. We looked at innovation, which is crucial for survival, for businesses to evolve. Critical thinking and problem-solving skills are extremely important. Integrity is key. Nobody will do business with you if you lack credibility. Belief systems, spirituality play a key role in resilience and motivation. And then the fear of change limits growth. When you're running a business, you must not allow fear to hold you back. And then finally, we spoke about the fact that businesses must embrace innovation, technology, strategic thinking, which are essential. Entrepreneurs must cultivate resilience, strong network, technological adaptability, and then regulatory reforms are also important to drive economic growth in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. A round of applause again for Minister Ayorinde Jeremiah. Very quickly, I'd like to call on Mrs. Folake Jeremiah to give us a vote of thanks. Mrs. Folake.
Just before she gets here, let's just remind you that the FIT Colloquium to celebrate the 64th birthday of Pastor Ituah Ighodalo will be happening next month, April 3rd, precisely 2025. You ought to appreciate him, 64. It doesn't look 64, right? It looks like one 39-year-old trying to... Don't worry, but it's 64. Time is 11 a.m. The event will happen on Thursday, 3rd of April, 2025. So please, you're all invited. The title of that event is Nigeria, A Path to Prosperity. There will be free buses to convey people to and fro. So please, you're all cordially invited. Mark the dates again, Thursday, 3rd of April, 2025. And time is 11 a.m. Venue is this place. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Please, we can do better. Thank you very much. We're looking forward to having all of us for that special occasion. I'm here to give the vote of thanks, and we really want to thank everybody here today on behalf of Trinity House, and I know that our Father in the Lord is still going to, thank us. And Trinity Institute, we extend our deepest gratitude to all those who have made the TH 2025 Economic Summit a resounding success. Please, let's clap ourselves, everyone. Thank you very much. We really appreciate you. I also want to appreciate all our committee members. They've been wonderful. Please permit me to mention their names: Minister Niyi Famide, Mr. Victor Ukwat, Ms. Yemisi Adenlowo, Mr. Femi Adewale, Mrs. Chinyere Sanusi, Mr. Dele Aloko, Mrs. Lara King, Mrs. Taiwo Bade John, Mrs. Kemi Gbadebo, Honorable Jumoke Okoya Thomas, Mr. Walter Perceive Day, Ms. Taiwo Tukarimo, Minister Ayo Jeremiah, and Mr. Gabriel Adelaja. They've been, committed, dedicated, tireless effort been put together to put the summit together. We trust, we thank God. It's just by God's mercy, their passion for excellence and unwavering support have helped bring this vision to life, and we truly appreciate your invaluable contributions. To all our financial partners and sponsors, we are very grateful. Your generosity and belief in this mission have played a pivotal role in making this event very successful. We appreciate you. Your partnership has not only enabled us to host a world-class summit, but has also contributed to empowering individuals. We believe everyone is going up with one thing or the other today that will step them up in their businesses and professional, careers. They have tools and knowledge to unlock opportunities and build resilience. To every speaker, all our facilitators, the panelists, every attendee, thank you so much for your participation, insights, and engagement. Together, we are shaping the future of our nation, Nigeria. Innovation, economic growth, and limitless possibilities. We look forward to continued collaboration like we've learned today, and even greater impact in the years ahead of us. So thank you so much, and the Lord bless you in Jesus' name.
We can do better, definitely do better. Last, definitely not the least, a man who has dedicated his time, resources, effort, all the tools available, wealth of experience to making sure that he's committed to changing each and every of our lives, making sure we fulfill our destinies, therefore transforming nations. The senior pastor of Trinity House, chairman of the Trinity Institute. Let's make welcome Pastor Ituah Ighodalo.
Amen. Thank you very much. It's good to see the hall still relatively full at this time. It is exactly 2:27 p.m. We had planned to end at 2:25. So if we are ending 2 minutes late, it's not so bad. So I think you need to give us a round of applause. It means that we have tried our best to stick to time. So I'm going to take an extra 1 minute or 2 minutes with the national anthem, and you'll be on your way. I think on your way out there, food packs, am I right? You will sort that out, okay, for people to take. And I do believe if we had a bit more time, I'd have asked all of you to tell me what you learned today, And I believe that the information that you got today, you take away to enhance your lives and make lives better. I'd like to thank all our speakers. We had a 99.5% success in having our speakers here today. Come on, let's give all of them a round of applause. Mrs. Folashade Ambrose Medidem, she was so gracious. Mr. Biodun Adedikwe did a fantastic job. Bomi Lawson, my sister, Shafi Bello, Adora Ikwemesi. I discovered that I know her family so well. Mr. Tonye Pregafi, thank you so much. Pastor Mrs. Mayo Kumori Ofe, Ambassador Afolabi Oke, Mrs. Lara Yeku, one of my daughters, Babatunde Akin Moses, so proficient in tax, and so forth. Bayo Rotimi, son of the soil, Stephen Onia, my IT guru, Delia Loco, HR, Mrs. Kumbi Ajeoti, Mrs. Lola Esson, and of course, my friend who we started accounting practice together in 1982, Mr. Emeka Undu. He's spoken virtually from London, took his time to speak in virtually from London. The only person that didn't make it was Mr. Adebola Shofela, and he sends his apologies. He's recovering from a little illness. But I want to thank Wale, who stood in for him, the group managing director of FBN Holdings. I want to really thank him so much. Also one of my spiritual sons. I think he's left. He did an awesome job of chairing the discussant session. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart the committee that Mrs. Jeremiah read out their names.